liability defense matters. So I took extreme interest when the story was told by city officials that Treasurer Ortiz's claim, which is on your closed session agenda, was frivolous. Well, I've worked with city on claims that were truly frivolous. They were very easy to handle because a frivolous claim has no challenge for a lawyer whatsoever. That's why it's frivolous. It makes an irrational argument unsupported by the law, or it makes an argument unsupported by fact. That's what a frivolous case is. And usually a judge makes a finding that this case is frivolous and often awards attorney's fees to the city for having to defend such a frivolous case. What those cases don't require are special meetings where the council strategizes behind closed doors, meeting after meeting. You just heard from me at your last special meeting to talk about the same claims, the claims by Treasurer Ortiz, the claims against the city related to Treasurer Ortiz's claims by the San Marino Police Officers Association, by the former president of the Police Officers Association, et cetera, et cetera. Fred, you're not paying attention. You're looking at something. Well, I appreciate that. You better pay attention to this because I appreciate it, Fred. You were a good council member under Mayor Morris, and I appreciated your service back then. I'm a little worried about your service now because I see a large contribution, $5,900 from the Police Officers Association. That money comes from deductions from the paychecks of police officers, and they are a party in this case, and you intend to participate again in closed session. This is a conflict of interest under the city's ordinance. It's also horrible appearance of impropriety. As a council member, you should want to avoid such an appearance, that you would be voting to protect people that have been admittedly involved in illegally accessing Treasurer Ortiz's cleats search history. That's a conflict of interest. How much city time and resources are you all going to waste on a claim that you called frivolous before you investigated it? The reason for a public entity claim is to allow you to investigate and pay just claims.
Thank you.
This is a frivolous claim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
John Schellenberger. Last month, the attorney that the city hired to represent itself against Dr. Treasurer Ortiz's lawsuit, Stephen Larson, who also represented Chief Goodman during his prior issues in the city of Upland, stated the following. After receiving Councilmember Ortiz's claim, the city engaged a highly qualified, experienced, and independent firm to review and investigate the allegations and found them to be entirely unfounded. Larson also stated the independent investigation found that any criminal background searches as alleged in the claim were conducted in strict accordance with the law, a fact confirmed by official audits. Additionally, last month, the city's press release stated that Mayor Tran and the City Council characterized the Ortiz lawsuit as a complete misrepresentation of the facts and an unfair disparagement of city employees and officials. Now, right in front of you is Chief Darren Goodman's text messages to Treasurer Ortiz on August 2024. She texted and asked him to provide a copy of the DOJ Kletz audit. The same audit he called her about and told her about had come back showing an illegal run. He responded, "I did. Remember? I even showed you the printed copy I got from them with the entry displaying DeRocher's name. There wasn't much to report since there was only one entry, but yes, we will need statements from you. I have a detective working the criminal case against the former officer." He also texted, "I've been talking about it so much with others, DOJ, DA's office, internal affairs, the city manager. I thought we went over it already, but my apologies." These are his text words, his exact words. In these messages, Goodman states that there was an entry displaying DeRocher's name. He says he has a detective working the criminal case against the former officer. He says he's been discussing the matter with other law enforcement agencies. So I ask you, where is the misrepresentation of the facts? Where is the unfair disparagement? And we're to believe that Darren Goodman, a 25-year law enforcement veteran, texted about a crime, named the officer involved who did it, referenced a DOJ audit entry, and stated that a detective was working a criminal case because none of this happened? Now you want us to believe that only after Treasurer filed her claim, the city investigated itself and concluded it did nothing wrong. If that's the city's position, then the public deserves clarity. Did Chief Goodman falsely report an illegal run, or is he lying now? Did he falsely state that there was a criminal case, or just not report it? How can the city deny what is written in his own text messages? The public deserves transparency and truth, not contradictions. Deny Goodman's claim and properly investigate what Dr. Ortiz has been telling us right now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon. Today I am asking direct questions that demand direct answers. Lieutenant Jose Loera met with Dr. Treasurer Ortiz after being directed to do so by Chief Darren Goodman. That is not speculation, that is hard, true facts. During that meeting, Loera apologized for what he had described as the sins of his forefathers and the POA. He acknowledged that the illegal use of clets and told Dr. Ortiz to proceed with criminal charges. Let's think about that. He told her to proceed with criminal charges. After that meeting, Chief Goodman personally texted Dr. Ortiz and asked how the meeting with Loera went. She told him that Loera apologized for everything. You can read the messages here for yourselves. So we want to know, what exactly was Loera apologizing for? If there was no illegal activity involving Trocher, then what require an apology? If there was no misuse of clets, then what were the sins he was referring to? You do not apologize for nothing. You do not encourage criminal charges over something lawful. So again, in what capacity was Loera acting? Was he acting as president of the POA, or was he acting as a sworn officer directed by Chief Goodman? Because if he was directed by the chief, then this was an official department business. And if he was acting as POA president, then the union inserted itself directly into the matter involving potential criminal misconduct tied to clets. Now we are told that Loera is filing his own claim against the city. That is really something. Someone who previously apologized and then supported criminal charges is now positioning himself as a claimant. What changed, and who changed the narrative? And this leads directly to conflict of interest. Council members Sanchez, Charette, and Canas have all received endorsements and political contributions from the POA, the same POA that is directly tied to Loera. Under FPPC regulations, elected officials must recuse themselves when financial interest or political payback could reasonably create a conflict. Failure to do so can result in FPPC investigation, significant fines, civil penalties, and the invalidation of actions taken within the closed session. If these council members participate in closed session discussion involving the POA and Loera, the public has the right to question the integrity of that process. So I ask again, what was Loera apologizing for? Who directed him? And who here will properly recuse themselves? The public deserves the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Ojeda. And today, I'm not going to talk about speculations, investigations, accusations, something that no one knows, right? Because until you get the facts, because there's always three sides of anything, right? My side, your side, and the truth. So I want to stay away from that. But what I'm going to say is that we're doing the same thing that we did, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, when for 4 years we said, oh, Valdivia is corrupt. He's going to go to jail. Oh, Valdivia. And it was Valdivia every single council meeting. And Valdivia still around. Nothing happened to Valdivia. So, and then we accuse other directors, city people of the same thing. And what we have been doing is chasing good people away. I want to tell you about facts today. And the fact is that the police department that I know this moment is doing great. That the Chief Goodman has been a great supporter of the city, of We Are the Change, and all the great things that we've been doing. Not yesterday, not the day before. Give you an example. Beautification project, 48 and Kendall. We got a surgeon with police exploders. Those kids did a great job. Chief Goodman stopped, encouraged, and helped. Last Tuesday, the peace team, we went to clean up, stay behind the Starbucks. It was right away that for years we've been trying to clean up, and everybody was giving me the round around. I approached the chief with a partnership with a local business owner. We clean up that place at a great expense to that local business, okay? Yesterday, I called Lieutenant Oleander saying, hey, we got illegal dumping, we got homeless, they got on it. So this is what I'm gonna ask the city residents and the community. Look at the numbers, look at the stats of what's the job that Chief Goodman has been doing. We have the best numbers in 20 years. So what do we want? We want to chase him away, and then everything gets back to the way it was before, and then who's gonna be blamed for it? So we need to think about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, our honorable mayor. My name is Christian Shaughnessy. I come here today as a candidate for the 2nd Ward. Today in particular, I am addressing Councilwoman Sandra Ibarra. For months, residents of San Bernardino have watched you refuse to do the most basic duty of any elected official, which is to show up and seek the truth. You have refused to properly investigate the illegal access of the CLET system against your fellow councilwoman, Dr. Treasure Ortiz. You have not asked to see proof. You have not requested documents. You have not spoken to a single witness who heard the confessions of Chief Goodman and Lieutenant Loria, not one. Now these two senior officials, Chief Goodman and Lieutenant Loria, made statements admitting to illegal access of cleats. Those admissions were described, they were acknowledged, and never meaningfully investigated. As of today, they have now filed their own claims against the city. Instead of demanding answers, instead of calling for an independent review, instead of protecting the integrity of the city, you have done nothing. That is not oversight, that is willful avoidance. And let's talk about priorities. The only meeting you have called during this entire controversy was not to investigate cleats. It was not to demand transparency. It was not to protect residents. It was to personally attack a private resident, someone who volunteered their time, free of charge to serve on a commission for the city, a volunteer. And when you were not successful in your unprofessional attempt to harm that individual, you did not even return for the open session afterwards to conduct city business or hear from the community. You walked away from your responsibilities. That is not leadership, that is pettiness. Councilwoman Ibarra, your personal grudges in the past have already cost the taxpayers of San Bernardino over $300,000 to defend your actions. $300,000 of city attorneys' fees, of attorney fees alone. Money that should have gone to neighborhoods in the 2nd Ward, to public safety, to community programs, to much-needed infrastructure improvements. Instead, it went to a politician's damage control. 7 years in office, and this is the governance that residents of the 2nd Ward have received. Personal vendettas, refusal to investigate serious allegations, silence when accountability is required, abuse of power. When faced with credible concerns involving the misuse of a state law enforcement database against a sitting council member, you chose politics and pettiness over principle. We cannot continue this. My friends, we cannot continue this. The residents of the 2nd Ward deserve integrity. They deserve transparency. They deserve a representative who shows up, especially when it's difficult. You have refused to do the right thing, and the voters must remove you in this upcoming election. I urge the residents of San Bernardino, Pay attention, stay engaged, and when the time comes, vote for me, Christian Shaughnessy, a candidate who's been showing up and is ready to represent you and the truth. Our city and our ward deserve so much better.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers for closed session, and we've received written comments that have been provided to the mayor and city council, and they'll be made available on the city's website with the agenda packet.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We will now convene into closed session at, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ortiz, do you have a comment?
Yes,
And then
Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney.
I'm going to recuse myself from items C1 and 2. While I have no financial interest, the claims do pertain to my lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add that item B, the one case of significant exposure litigation, this is regarding Mandeville. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now convene into closed session at 3:48 PM. Good evening, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here, and thank you to those who are viewing remotely. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino, the San Bernardino City Housing Authority, and as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority at 5:12 p.m. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Councilmember Charette is not at the dais at the moment. Mayor Pro Tem Canas.
Here.
Councilmember Flores.
Present.
Councilmember Ortiz.
Here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. Before we conduct city business, as a friendly reminder, as the elected leaders of the city, we will endeavor to be respectful to each other, our public, and especially our staff. We ask that you please observe proper decorum and do not speak out of turn or make comments from your seat. If you wish to address the mayor and city council, please be sure to submit a speaker slip. If you speak out of turn or disrupt the meeting, or a warning may be given, or you will be asked to leave the meeting pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9 and Penal Code 403. We will start with invocation and pledge. Venerable Master Tiktwe will lead tonight's invocation. Please approach the podium at this time, and Ethan Olivo from North Vermont Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please approach the podium and turn on the mic. We'll start with invocation first before Ethan. Start. Please rise.
Honorable Mayors, distinguished members of the City of San Bernardino City Council, and respected guests, good evening. This is an honor to stand before you and this meaningful first meeting in the Lunar New Year. As we enter the new year, we are open not only the new calendars, but the renewed opportunity to serve, to listen, and to build the stronger city together. The strength of the city is not measured only by the infrastructure or economy, but by the unity, integrity, and leadership, and dedication to serve its people. To offer my heartfelt prayers that each of you is guided by clarity and wisdom in your decision, compassion in your action, and steadfast courage in times of challenge. May difference become dialogues, difficulties become opportunities, and every decision be guided by the well-being of the entire communities. May the city San Bernardino continue to grow and in peace, prosperity, mature respect, and cooperation. Thank you very much. Now it's time to pray. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddham saranam gacchami, dhammam saranam gacchami, sangham saranam gacchami, dutizampi buddham saranam gacchami, dutizampi dhammam saranam gacchami, dutizampi sangham saranam gacchami, tatizampi buddham saranam gacchami, tatizampi Tatisambi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami, Tatisambi Sangham Saranam Gacchami, Sadhu, Sadhu, Sadhu. Hum mô dân dụng trên chân xóm, bề má cái xa đông bồ la, ya sen cho ghi ngô trục ni, bề má dùng nê sa su ta, khổ đủ khăn rô mán bồ cổ, cha chi Giêsu đã trục chi, chính chi lập chi sa su so, guru bề má xin đi hum. Hum mô dân dụng trên chân xóm, bề má cái xa đông bồ la, ya sen cho ghi ngô trục ni, bề má dùng nê sa su ta, khổ đủ khăn rô mán bồ cổ, cha chi Giêsu đã trục chi, chính chỉ lập chi sẽ siêu sổ guru pema xin đi hùng hùng mô dân dùng xin chân xóm pema cái sao đồng bồ la ya sen cho ghi ngô trục ni pema dùng để sẽ siêu ta khổ đủ khăn rô mán bồ cô cha chi Giêsu đã trùm chi chính chỉ lập chi sẽ siêu sổ guru pema xin đi hùng ô ma hùng ben ra guru pema xin đi hùng Om Ahum Ben Jaguru Pema Sin Di Hum. 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 Du sum sen che guru rinpoche ngô trúc cũng đã để qua chen po giáp bát chèo cũng xeo du dung tra pa so so wa đếp so chính chi lập tu so chi năng sang quê bát che di wa đăng sampa lập chi tra pa chính chi lum du sum sen che guru rinpoche ngô trúc cũng đã để qua chen po giáp bát chèo cũng xeo du dung tra pa so so wa đếp so chính chi lập tu so chi năng sang quê bát che di wa đăng sampa lập chi tra pa chính chi lum du sum sen che guru rinpoche ngô trúc cũng đã để qua chen po giáp bát chèo cũng xeo du dung tra pa so so wa đếp so chính chi lập tu so chi năng sang quê bát che di wa đăng sampa lập chi tra pa chính chi lum nguyện tru kiết tường và kiết tường tru và lục thời hằng kiết tường nhất thiết thời trung kiết tường và nguyện chư thượng sư a nhiếp thọ nguyện ngài an lành đêm an lành đêm ngày sau thời đều an lành tất cả các thời đều an lành xin nguyện tam bảo thượng gia hộ nguyện tru kiết tường và kiết tường tru và lục thời hằng kiết tường nhất thiết thời trung kiết tường và nguyện chư hộ pháp thường ủng hộ nam mô tiêu tai giang kiết tường bồ tát nam mô tiêu tai giang kiết tường bồ tát nam mô tiêu tai giang kiết tường bồ tát ma ha tạng chân chum xem cho rinpoche ma chi pa nam chi chu chi pa nham pa me pa ya gon ne gon ru pe wa so. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Master. Thank you, Ethan. We would now report out closed session. Mr. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The mayor and council met in closed session regarding the items listed on the closed session agenda. There is one reportable action from closed session. It relates to item A, Romanet 2, Jeffrey Lamont Williams versus the City of San Bernardino. The Council decided to settle that case. There was a motion by Councilman Sanchez, seconded by Councilman Flores, and it was unanimously approved to settle that case for $199,999. Secondly, I've been asked to respond to some of the public comments given before adjourning into closed session. There were some comments alleging that several members of the city council had a conflict or have a conflict of interest because they have received campaign donations from the San Bernardino Police Officers Association. In my professional legal opinion, I respectfully disagree. These members do not have a conflict of interest for 3 reasons. If they did, it would have to be a violation of the Levine Act, and the Levine Act concerns when there is a consideration about approving a contract, a permit, a license, or other entitlement. Those comments were related to their participation in closed session to discuss the Treasurer Ortiz lawsuit against the city. A lawsuit is not a contract, a permit, a license, or an entitlement. So for that first reason, it does not apply. Secondly, the city is on the same side as the San Bernardino Police Officers Association. The city is not adverse to that union. And thirdly, the Levine Act does not apply to contributions made from unions. And so any contributions that any council member or the mayor may have received from any union, including the San Bernardino Police Officers Association, they do not have a conflict of interest and may participate in closed session to discuss that lawsuit. That concludes my remarks. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move on to presentations. We have 3 presentations tonight. First one is Citizens of the Month, Small Business Recognition, Kendall Drive Beautification Project, presented by Mayor Pro Tem Kim Knaus. And we will have the following folks, if you could just come up on stage. We are the Change San Bernardino, SBD 909 Construction Incorporated, For His Glory, Triple H Construction Incorporated, Pro Fence Ironworks, Samco Builders Incorporated, Burtech Waste Industry, WG Decorative Rock and Supplies, Serrano Nursery and Landscape Incorporated, Guardian Asset Management, Garcia Center for the Arts, UC Fence, MG Services, Phoenix Estudio de Decino, and Mac Designs. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to come to the front, and council, let's join her. If you heard your name that I just listed, please come up and join us, please.
Pat, I expect you to come up too. You put in a lot of sweat equity in this one.
They brought an excavator and this is Triple H. Where are they? You guys.
Is it on? Hello, hello.
Yes, on.
All right. Everyone can huddle in. Wow. Well, I've been talking about this beautification project over the last few months. And this project, what happened there at a corner of Kendall Drive and 48th, this isn't just representative of transforming a blighted piece of property. What you see here are the unsung heroes of our community that show what can happen when people choose to unite for good. All of these individuals came together to truly uplift our city. They donated their time, their resources, their energy over the course of about 30 days. I want to take some time, so please forgive me, to really sing their praises. Not literally, I can't carry a tune, I'm not going to sing for you guys, but really to brag about these individuals, because when they were called to help, they didn't ask for anything, they didn't question, they just said, yes. I want to be part of the positive change. I want to be part of the movement that is uplifting the city of San Bernardino. So I want to take a minute to brag on their behalf. I want to start with an individual that came to the city of San Bernardino years ago. He brought people together and pioneered these massive cleanups. They transcended to doing code enforcement actions, touching individuals, going into private residences, helping senior citizens, low-income families to rectify code enforcement issues, helping restore dignity, helping restore hope. He created SB Food Fest and has been all over the city of San Bernardino with We Are the Change, San Bernardino, and his volunteers. So I first want to say thank you, Luis Ojeda. I called him up, he jumped over, and he really transformed my vision into reality. So thank you. I need to make this go easier. Councilmember Sanchez, can you pass those out for me? Next, we have SBD 909, Ivan Garcia, right here. Ivan graciously donated the architectural plans. I saw this site. It was a blighted piece of property in my ward. There was unmentionables, homeless activity, drug use. I wanted to raise the bar, but Ivan took it way beyond that. He came with architectural landscape designs, plants that I had never heard of, and he truly showed what it is to do something and not half-step it, to go above and beyond, to not accept mediocrity and raise the bar. So thank you so much, Ivan. For his glory. Here we go. The Bautista family. So they came out, and I have to commend them. They were there day upon day. This little boy put in the most work. How old are you?
12.
12 years old. Everyone, please give a round of applause for this young gentleman. And I have to note, they are from the city of Fontana. They came to our city to help uplift the city of San Bernardino. So thank you. Next, we have Triple H Construction. Down here. Now, Triple H Construction, they came, I was blown away. Councilmember Sanchez had joined one of the days. They came, I can't even pronounce the equipment name, but the Bobcats, the Caterpillars, they are responsible for helping us really have a clean slate. They took their equipment, their time, their team, and excavated the whole entire site. So thank you so much, Triple H. And we have ProFence Ironworks. Now, again, I just thought this was going to be something basic but nice, but they made sure to elevate this. ProFence Ironworks donated custom-made benches, not one, but two, for this beautification project. So thank you. And our tremendous partners, they have been partners of the city of San Bernardino for probably decades now. Alfonso, he is a representative, and he is always, when you call him, he shows up. Moment's notice. Thank you so much, Alfonso from Burtech. We appreciate the partnership and for you guys being a part of this beautification project. Thank you. Is Wayne with WG Decorative Rock and Supply here? Wayne, yes. So I'm looking around because I really want to highlight Wayne. We've never met. I don't think Wayne has met anybody here. Wayne owns a landscaping business just 2 miles from the beautification project. I think it was our Public Safety Commissioner, Pat, that just looked him up, found him, told him about our efforts and what we were trying to do, and without hesitation, Wayne said, yes, I want to be part of the change. He donated thousands of dollars of landscaping, rock, and material, piled high as I stand tall. No questions asked. He just wanted to be part of the movement. So thank you so much, Wayne, for being part of the change. Next, we have Serrano Nursery, Marina. So Marina is a resident from Colton. She owns Serrano Nursery, a beautiful nursery. I encourage everyone to visit. Same. She was contacted, and without hesitation, she said, come get what you need. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And next, our local nursery here in San Bernardino. It's not just Michael, his significant other out there, and I always really appreciate their passion. They are San Bernardino grown. They represent for the city. They put on for the city. I myself, I always tout that I am San Bernardino, born and raised here, went through all local public schools. Our passions sometimes collide, and I love it, though, because we really have a heart for this city. Michael, I think it was Ivan reached out to Michael, and same. He said, come get whatever you need. And I think they are robbery. They robbed their nursery. No, they came and they graciously took plants from their nursery about 2 or 3 times. So you guys were extremely gracious, and we really appreciate you guys. Yes, from the community garden. Yes. Man, we thank you. I just want to say thank you so much. Is Guardian Asset Management here? Guardian, no. I will still recognize them. They supplied all the wood for the project. Again, without question, thousands of dollars that they donated to this project. I want to highlight, and I'm pointing out these prices not to embarrass you guys, but they didn't sing their own praises, so again, I have to. This is a project that came together and was made possible because of these individuals and the volunteers of the community. This project easily would have taken our city over a year and cost us taxpayers $250,000. We didn't have to pay that. We didn't fund that bill because of individuals standing up here today. So thank you guys for your time. Thank you guys for your resources. Thank you guys for caring. Thank you to our planning commissioner, our public safety commissioner. They were there making sure our volunteers were fed. They were there every day on site. Ivan oversaw everything, being there at 7 a.m. in the morning, sometimes not leaving till almost 10 o'clock at night. And again, that project is indicative of what happens when a community chooses to unite for good. So thank you all so much. I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone. UC Fence. No? Okay, perfect. I think the others were not able to make it. So just thank you again. We appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There's probably 1 or 2 that I missed. You'll have to.
Picture.
Oh,
All right,
shit.
everyone.
Now it's on. Big round of applause for everyone who has partaken in this beautification project. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Council, let's come back on stage. We have 2 more presentations. We have 2 proclamations. The next presentation is the proclamation of National Engineers Week in the city of San Bernardino, February 15th to the 21st, 2026. Presented to Eddie Munoz, City of San Bernardino Principal Engineer, and all of our city engineers. Where you at? Come up. Don't be shy. Come up to the stage. Council? Oh, yes. Thanks for being here. Okay. Let's balance out ourselves.
If you guys need anything, you let me know, all right?
Thank you. Some coming this way. We're in the center. All right. Okay. Are we all good? We are good. Proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming February 15th to 21st of 2026 as National Engineers Week in the city of San Bernardino. Whereas engineers use their scientific, mathematical, and technical knowledge in creative and innovative ways to plan, design, construct, operate, and maintain the infrastructure and systems that serve our communities, and whereas City of San Bernardino engineers play a vital role in protecting public health and safety by designing and maintaining streets, bridges, water and wastewater systems, public facilities, and other essential infrastructure relied upon by residents and businesses, and whereas engineers confront the major technological and environmental challenges of our time by rebuilding and strengthening infrastructure, improving sustainability, enhancing mobility, and ensuring safe, resilient, and efficient public systems, and whereas city engineers have demonstrated exceptional expertise and leadership through major infrastructure projects, including the Cross Street Bridge and Mount Vernon Bridge, which improve connectivity, safety, and a long-term resilience for the San Bernardino community. And whereas engineers support innovation and workforce development by encouraging students and young professionals to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, helping to prepare the next generation of problem solvers. And whereas the City of San Bernardino will continue to rely on the knowledge, skill, and dedication of its engineers to meet the challenges of the 21st century and to advance a safe, sustainable, and prosperous city. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim February 15th through February 21st, 2026 as National Engineers Week in the City of San Bernardino and commend the city's engineers for the professionalism, innovation, and commitment to public service presented on this 18th day of February 2026.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the dais. What you have before you is basically a combination of the city's traffic, land development, and engineering divisions. And together, I couldn't be prouder to see the work that they do for the development that's basically, across the hall from me that I don't see as often. The comments make their way as far as the community's input on the level of personal touch that we have and that we can demonstrate when we're trying to help with the community develop the various projects throughout the city. For the city's projects, I was reviewing our history to kind of get an idea of what we delivered. And last fiscal year, we delivered within the city of San Bernardino over $44 million of capital improvements. And that's by large part with the team you have before you here. So great reason to be proud. To date, if you check from, say, July 1st, 2025, to date, we're already on track to surpass 26 million in this fiscal year. And we have several more to come. So again, I just want to say thank you to the engineering team. We have a great group that's very diverse in skill set and background. I myself is a transplant. I'm from the Central Valley, and one of the first things I learned was the city is incredibly passionate about its infrastructure, about its parks, about its streets. I get those calls personally myself, and we hear you. I just want to say we do hear you. We're working on it, and we have a lot of exciting things on the way.
Thank you, Eddie. Please, huge round of applause to Eddie and the team, the wizards behind the scene, making our city beautiful and developing. Thank you so much. Quick picture. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you to the engineering team. Big round of applause for the magic behind the scene to make our city developed and beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. One more. All right. Next, we have the proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming February 21st, 2026 as Lunar New Year in the city of San Bernardino. I'd like to have this will be presented to Ramsey Sam of the Asian American Resource Center. Please come up to the stage. And also businesses and sponsors who are going, when we have the Lunar New Year this weekend, Hip Town Supermarket, Dow Group, Inland Chinese Association, Lucky Farms, C2 Restoration, Talia's Nail and Spa, Love ADU, Tang Structural Engineers, Faha Restaurant, Sunset Turf and Landscape, H&H Lending, JBC Design Build, The Enterprise Building, Hug Organization, Pisadilly, and Baker Mayor. If you hear your name, please come up on stage and join us to conduct this proclamation. Can I ask my parents to also join me? Please, Mom, Dad, come up. Don't be shy. And Venerable Master, please join us. You come to you're going to be accepting, right? Ramsey, right? No.
Good to see you. Yeah, we're part of the team.
I just want to make sure, is the Asian American Resource Center here? Oh, there you are. Here, get in this. Are we here? Okay, proclamation of the Mayor and City Council proclaiming February 21st, 2026 as Lunar New Year Day in the city of San Bernardino. Whereas Lunar New Year begins on February 17th, 2026, marking the start of the lunar calendar and is celebrated by millions of people worldwide as a time of renewal, prosperity, and hope for the year ahead. And whereas Lunar New Year is observed by many cultures, including Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean, and other Asian communities, through traditions that emphasize family, gratitude, and good fortune. And whereas 2026 is the year of the horse, symbolizing strength, resilience, energy, and progress, values that reflect the spirit and forward momentum of the city of San Bernardino and its residents. And whereas the city of San Bernardino is enriched by the cultural traditions and contributions of Asian American and Pacific Islander residents, businesses, and organizations that strengthen the social, cultural, and economic fabric of the community. And whereas the city of San Bernardino proudly celebrates Lunar New Year through its city-host Lunar New Year celebration on February 21st, 2026, bringing residents together to honor culture, heritage, and community unity. And whereas recognizing Lunar New Year provides an opportunity to celebrate diversity, foster mutual understanding, and promote inclusivity throughout the city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino do hereby proclaim February 21st, 2026 as Lunar New Year Day in the city of San Bernardino, marking the commencement of the Year of the Horse. We urge all residents to join in the celebrating of this auspicious occasion, to embrace the diversity that enriches our city, and to extend warm greetings of optimism, respect, and goodwill to all who observe Lunar New Year, presented on the 18th day of February 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And well, thank you for everybody coming here. As you can tell that, well, first of all, this is the third day of the Year of the Horse. We thank you for allowing Asian community to share our tradition, our value with everybody. As you can tell, we all look different, we all come from different places, but we all live in a place where we call home. And we're all among each other in a community, what we call family. And New Year is like sort of like a birthday. It marks a new start, a new journey, a new hope. And we appreciate that we have the opportunity to share our fortune, to share our culture, to share our New Year with everybody. And we thank you and we appreciate it. As you can tell, that we have dancing dragon and dancing lion back there. And it's a tradition that mark that we're going to scare away all the evil things and bring all the good fortune to the community, to the family, to everybody. We hope you enjoy it, and we hope you come in on this Saturday to the event that share more with us. Thank you very much.
And we can proceed. Thank you, everyone, and Happy Lunar New Year, and that kicks off into Saturday. Hope to see all of you there at the Court Street Square, and thank you for all of you for being here and community. And please think of all the folks here because they are sponsoring the event this Saturday, and because of them, that event is happening. So thank you so much to all the sponsors that are here. Thank you. Okay, another big round of applause to all of what was presented to the community. Thank you so much. We will now move on to appointments. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on items 4 to 6?
We have no request to speak for items 4 to 6.
If there are none, is there consensus from the council to take a single motion for items 4 to 6?
Move to approve as a slate.
I'll second.
There's a motion second. Madam City Clerk?
Okay, I'll take a voice vote. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa is not at the dais. Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
And Mayor Tran.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, council. We will now move on to public hearing. Item number 7, introduce for first reading ordinance number MC1660, adopting a regulatory program for short-term rentals, are introduced for first reading ordinance number MC1661, banning short-term rentals in the city of San Bernardino. I'm opening the public hearing at 5:54 p.m. Could staff provide a presentation on this item?
Mayor, I believe the people being appointed are actually here. Can we, after the public hearing, we can go ahead and do the swearing in?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
The individuals who are being appointed were here, I believe.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I just jumped the gun.
We've already opened the public
Yes,
hearing,
can we bring those,
Okay.
we have 3 appointees. Is Hector Lorera appointed for 2 commission
there, yeah.
slots, and Scott Olson, are you here? Please come on stage. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Council, would you like to, let's come up to the front to appoint these 2?
Congratulations. Unanimous? I was wondering about the swearing in and the pen. Does anyone have a city pen?
So then they said they were here. So I'll swear them in first.
Oh, I don't even have one. Give me yours.
Can I please have you raise your right hand, both of you, and say "I" and state your name?
I, Scott Olson. Hector Loera.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter? Please say "I do."
I do. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I am happy to have Scott Olson back on the Charter Review Committee. This is one of the hardest committees out there. The Charter Review is the reason we operate as we operate. It was brought to the voters. It was changed back in 2016. And my understanding is there have been no changes to the Charter Review, by the Charter Review Committee for over 10 years. Now we know why. Mr. Scott Olson has had quite a journey with the committee, and with the new members that are on it, I look forward to you guys actually reconvening and making sure our city is properly working to protect our citizens and voters. Thank you.
Yeah, Sandra and I have had quite a long journey since we met of learning how to get along, learning how to work together, and it's kind of synonymous with San Bernardino. You're either willing to learn how to get along, or we keep suffering. It's that simple. And for me, I would rather work towards us all doing some positive things in San Bernardino, because we've had more than enough of the negative. Thank you.
Hector, I want to congratulate you on your appointment to the Animal Control Commission as well as the Parks Commission. Congratulations, work hard, do well, all right?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Council, for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to helping out San Bernardino to create good changes, you know. Thank you all.
There you go. Take one of those, all right? Give that to her.
Quick picture with everyone, the council and the appointees. Thank you, Hector. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, council members. Thank you. Now we can move on to public hearing. So I need to reopen the public hearing at 5:59, just to modify that time. Could staff present the presentation?
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, good evening and thank you for this opportunity. What I'm about to present to you is a chronology of events that have occurred in the city regarding short-term rentals. The process started as way back as in 2023 when the Planning Commission, by a unanimous vote, adopted resolution number 2023, forwarding a recommendation that the Mayor and City Council approved Development Code Amendment 2301, which would amend sections of our Development Code and establish a short-term rental program. That was the preference for the Planning Commission. We brought that item back to the City Council on February 21, 2024. At that meeting, the City Council directed staff to conduct additional analysis on enforcement measures and the effects of a short-term rental program on the city's housing market. On June 5, 2024, when the item was brought back to the City Council as directed, the Council, by a narrow majority, banned short-term rentals in the city and requested staff bring back an enforcement plan. So, just a little bit of a background. The City of San Bernardino does not currently have an ordinance that expressly regulates short-term rentals and has experienced the negative effects of excessive noise, parking problems, and discarded trash on surrounding properties, resulting in numerous complaints, creating a threat to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, and welfare of the community. San Bernardino has also received numerous complaints about residents leasing their property for weekend retreats as short-term rentals. Common complaints assert that the rentals cause conditions that degrade the quality of the residential neighborhood. So based on that, our current municipal code does not specifically address short-term or vacation rentals. However, a commercial use is generally prohibited in residential zones unless specifically permitted. Because the municipal code does not expressly prohibit short-term vacation rentals, the issue of the municipal code's intent is disputed by residents and property owners who wish to lease their property for tourism and similar type uses. So, if we ban short-term rentals, it is generally believed that the city will no longer need to rely on various interrelated code provisions that together prescribe vacation rentals. The city will adopt and implement specific revisions to the municipal code that would ban short-term rentals outright in residential zones. It is also believed that a clear prohibition would be more effective in deterring violations because it would create less confusion among homeowners. However, a ban would also alter the municipal code's current implicit characterization of short-term rentals as inconsistent with the city's residential land use regulations. So, this next slide talks about some of the disadvantages of a short-term ban. A short-term rental ban has some disadvantages. First, it would restrict homeowners' use of their own properties. Banning short-term rentals could eliminate uses that do not otherwise serve as a nuisance to neighboring properties and would restrict the rights of homeowners who have rented responsibly. Second, it is unclear whether an outright ban would be effective because of the challenges with consistent enforcement. Some of the associated costs with this particular enterprise would require the city to engage into services. And in this particular instance, we have engaged the services of a company called Decker Technologies. They're a company that utilizes data science to assist local governments with managing compliance activity and enforcement such as short-term rentals. So Decker Technologies would use a Rentalscape platform to accurately track activity within the city and identify exact addresses of STR listings within the city. There are no cost implications depending on the level of service required by the city. The contract for Rentalscape is for the identification, monitoring, and compliance, and that would cost the city $7,500 annually. If we go beyond compliance and registration and add registration and TOT for the above, the registration and the TOT collection would cost us $16,500. So, if the City Council decides to regulate short-term rentals, we have to process a development code amendment, and the sections of the code that would be amended are section 19-02050, which is the definition section, and chapter 19-04, which is residential uses, because we first have to identify the use, and then we have to prescribe whether or not we're going to actually allow it or ban it. The option to take no action, which is a third option, so if I can just go back a little bit to the beginning, there are three options available to the City Council tonight. Adopt an ordinance banning short-term rentals, adopt an ordinance regulating short-term rentals, or take no action at all. And by taking no action, we're basically where we are today. We just leave things alone and operate with complaints and so on and so forth. If we take no action, then there's no regulation and no ban in place, but we believe that payment of TOT should still be an option. So even if we left things alone, I think it's still necessary for us to track whoever is doing these activities, identify who they are, and assess transit occupancy taxes as deemed fit. So the issue of a TOT is in section 3.55-020A, which applies a 10% room rental charge by the operator. So for every short-term rental stay, the city would receive 10% of whatever that cost is. And we tried to do a calculation as to what that would be if, hypothetically speaking, how much revenue could be generated by that. So whether the city bans or regulates short-term rentals or vacation rentals, we still need to process a development code amendment, as I stated earlier. The Development Code Amendment would also amend the residential zoning district regulations in the city. So, depending on which direction the City Council decides to go, whether we ban or regulate, by adopting an ordinance, it will become effective 30 days following adoption of the ordinance by the Mayor and City Council. All properties currently operating as short-term or vacation rental locations will be required to register and become eligible for the payment of TOTs. If the Mayor and City Council decide to ban short-term rentals, any presently operating properties will need to cease the operation, and any illegally operating properties will be subject to the payment of TOT. If the Mayor and City Council decides to adopt an ordinance, I think this is a repeat of the last one. I'll go to the next one. So as far as how does this align with the city's general plan goals and policies, the finding is that the City of San Bernardino general plan includes goals and policies to guide future housing development as follows. Land use goal 2.1, preserve and enhance San Bernardino's unique neighborhoods. Land use goal 2.2, promote development that integrates with and minimizes impacts on surrounding land uses. And you can make that interpretation either way you want, whether you're in support of banning short-term rentals or regulating it. So the proposed Development Code Amendment aligns with key target goal number 3, which is improve quality of life, and more specifically, 3A, improve the city's appearance, cleanliness, and attractiveness. Specifically, the ban will update Development Code to prohibit short-term rentals in all residential zones. With any project that comes before the city as a discretionary for discretionary review, especially adoption of an ordinance, we have to make a CEQA finding. The CEQA finding here is that it's exempt from CEQA based on section 15061B3, which is a common sense exemption, and that means, what that means is, due to the fact that the proposed development code amendment will not create significant effects on the environment, as it prohibits short-term rentals in all residential zones, if that's the direction we choose to go. Fiscal impacts. This perhaps is a, as I mentioned earlier, the TOT, based on the estimated number of properties that are currently operating these kinds of activities, could be as much as $324,000. I think Econ told me somewhere between 270 to 324. However, there is a potential cost, which is the cost to actually engage in the monitoring of these activities. That one would cost us $16,500 annually. So the recommendations, as I stated earlier, we hold a public hearing, introduce and read by title only, and waive further reading of ordinance number MC 1660 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, adopting a regulatory program which would amend section 19.02050, basic provisions, definitions, and chapter 1904, residential zones of the San Bernardino Development Code. That is one recommendation. The second recommendation is to do the opposite, which is ban, and it would also amend those sections of the code that I read, but each one of those will require an introduction of the ordinance. And then the third option is to take no action at all. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak from the members of the public?
Yes, Mayor, we do have 3 requests to speak specifically for the public hearing, but we also have 2 who listed they wanted to speak about Airbnb, which I believe it's for this item too, so I'll call all 5 names. Megan Key, Taisha Moody, Andre Harris, Joe Solis, and Les.
Thank you. If you hear your name, please approach the podium, turn on the mic, and state your name for the record. Thank you. You have 3 minutes each.
You guys should just leave it alone, allow people to do short-term rentals. We have a lot of homeless people out here, and those short-term rentals help the homeless. The issue, I know you guys have issue with short-term rentals with some people. You guys should just deal with that on a day-to-day basis. Besides that, just leave it alone. We should be worried about something real instead of worrying about short-term rentals.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Joe Salas, 4th Ward. So this is actually a really exciting event, something for us to do for the city of San Bernardino. So about a month ago, I was at the retirement party for Chief Polino from the San Bernardino City Unified, and I got to meet a great man. He's the police chief of the city of Indio, who grew up in San Bernardino, named Brian Tully. And I was talking to him about this because Mr. Charette and I have talked to residents about this issue in and around the city. And he said through their regulation in the city of Indio, with regulating Airbnbs, they generate $14 million a year in tax revenue for the residents of San Bernardino. Now, this isn't regulation of private property or that is a home. It is essentially a business, right? It just is masking itself as a house. And I think this would be a great way for us to increase our coffers in the city of San Bernardino so we don't have to cut our budget by 5% every year. It's amazing what you can do when you listen to people who are involved in other communities, not selectively, but listen to their full implementation of their plan. I think we should, because when you start creating little areas that, oh, we're not going to ban Airbnbs over here, we get the same kind of morass that we get when we get sloppy policy like with the fireworks. People get confused. Oh, can I have an Airbnb in this part? Can I have it? Not? Because I know up on Skylark and Edgerton, PD gets called there all the time because there's one man who owns 3 Airbnbs. And so the best thing you can do, if someone's going to harass their neighbors, you can make them pay for it. And adding more teeth to this within your regimen of regulation of having, if they get called by PD, there's a fine. If they get called for fire service, there's a fine. Maybe there could even be an extra registration on their taxes that they have to pay when they register their private property if they're in a higher fire danger. So because all of these, just like insurance, you don't know if there's going to be something that happens at one of these Airbnbs. And let's build a city where people want to come. If you pay attention to Zillow, there's a house up on Ridgemont. And they say, oh, this property generates over $110,000 in revenue. Imagine the city of San Bernardino can catch a piece of that. because we have so many events that are happening now in the city of San Bernardino with the fairgrounds and everything. More and more people are coming to the city of San Bernardino, and if you talk to most hotel owners, they will tell you that on the weekends of those events, that their properties are full. All of the hotels are full. And so what do? They go into the neighborhoods and they have more Airbnbs. So this is actually a great, I would think we should look at this in the idea of generating money for our city. So we can fix roads, we can add more PD, so we can have whatever city services we need.
Thank you.
And this can come from this revenue source. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I want to tap in on the gentleman's comment as well, but to the mayor, city council, and guests. My actual district is in the city of Highland. However, if I cross the street, I'm in San Bernardino, which is very close to my home. If this is approved to ban, I do not want this to extend to my city. My concern is item number 7, which proposed to ban the short-term rentals. I'm opposed to this introduction. This ban on short-term rentals would limit free enterprise and homeowners' unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. America is a capitalist country, not a capitalist country for some to earn an honest living with their properties, but for all. Therefore, I oppose item number 7. I wanted to, if possible, to regulate, not to ban item number 7 as a whole. And like the gentleman was saying, in different cities, they have different type of regulations, but I don't want to have the regulation a stronghold to the homeowners, and they're limited in what they can do with their property. Some places, they offer an annual fee that you have to pay, and you are responsible, and you have to have certain conditions to your home to be able to be approved for the permit. They leave it up to the neighboring, they send out a letter, they send it to the neighbors to let them know that this is going to be an Airbnb and where to send the complaints. If you have a certain amount of complaints, it's left to the city code enforcement, and they do an investigation. And then if they find you at fault, you can lose your permit because you're not being a responsible homeowner. We're all grown here. We know to be responsible, and if you're not a responsible homeowner, then you don't deserve to have a permit. Now, if you move this into a commercial area and not residential, that defeats the purpose. You're a hotel. You're not an Airbnb. You're not you're not having the right to utilize your property. So are we going to have the regulations to where it's like a HOA, or who's making up these rules? Are we going to be able to vote on who mandates this? Are we going to have code enforcement mandate it?
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
We have no more
That
speakers.
concludes the speakers. Okay, thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing at 6:20 p.m. for deliberation action. Do we have any discussion or comments from the council? Councilmember Charette, followed by
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been waiting for this item to come back for more than 2 years. The former council discussed this back in 2024 and decided that the revenue, and I think there was just a comment made about some $14 million in revenue in some other city. I don't think that's accurate in terms of revenue to the city. It may be the effect of people spending money in this town, and it may be a cumulative effect of that, which I can't deny is a good thing, to encourage people to come in here and spend money in our town. and we collect sales tax in the gas stations, restaurants, et cetera. But the former council decided that the approximately $270,000 to $325,000 was not worth what the city would be receiving compared to some of the grief that the neighbors in the areas that are affected by these parties and other activities. It was not worth it, as well as the hidden cost of enforcement when there are violations, when there are parties, when police are called at 2 in the morning, in some cases more than once in a night to end parties. We invite people to come into town, but and there's also a misnomer. I think it was just stated that these are homeowners. These are not homeowners. They own a house, and they are making a lot of money on the weekends. And I am a businessman. I support free enterprise, and I support business, but I also have a responsibility to the constituents of this city. And these are people that come in from out of town and in many cases, not all, but in some, if not many cases, have no respect for the citizens, for the neighbors that this Airbnb, this short-term rental might be next to. I've had complaints from a number of people. I've got articles that I've been collecting. One of the things that I'm really concerned about is that this took so long to get here. We clearly gave staff, they worked hard to come up with regulations. It was discussed, and albeit a narrow majority, that's how we operate, and it was a majority that said, we've discussed it, and we've decided that the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and we'd like to send it back and have it just banned entirely, which makes it easier. We don't have to decide. We don't have to look. If someone's operating one, they're illegal, period. We don't have to go through a bunch of discern whether or not they're registered, whether they're not, whether it's Verbo, whether it's Airbnb, whether it's some other organization. We don't have to go out and collect from people, and as in most cases, there will be people that are not operating legally. And again, I'm concerned, I would love to have everybody, if we could trust that the people coming in, but the people coming into town are generally coming in to have a party or to go to parties. And so I voted against it in the beginning and asked for it to come back as a ban. That never happened. It's now coming back, and it's been rejected again. The ban has been rejected by the Planning Commission. I'm concerned that there may be conflicts of interest, in fact, from people that might own Airbnbs. They work in resort areas. I got a letter, or I had a comment, I think, from someone in Big Bear. That seems to be make a little more sense, where there's a ski area, a recreation area. People are coming into San Bernardino largely to go to raves, spend the night and go to raves here locally. They're coming into San Bernardino because it's closer to other activities are going on, the Indio Fest and things such as that. So they come in there, they use it just to sleep at night. They do buy gasoline, they do buy food, but they generally are kind of using our area. We are not a resort city. I wish we were. Boy, do I wish we were, but we're not. And I don't think people are coming here to do off-track betting down at the Orange Show, or coming in here and spending $300 or $400 a night to stay in a house and share the cost with 3 other couples, or 4 other people, or 8 other people, so that they can go to the Orange Show. I think they're coming in generally to go to these raves and some of the other activities that go on. Hopefully, the Little League Western Regionals, maybe they're coming in for that. But I do believe that the impact on our on our residents that live here, our full-time residents, I believe there's more of an impact on them than there is the benefit that we get. I got into a discussion with some people at an event, and they were saying, "Oh wow, it's it's worth $350,000 a year. It's worth." And then the other guy said, "Well, mine's doing $1 million a year." And I'm thinking to myself, "Wow, is that revenue that the city's missing out on?" Well, it turned out that we're getting a tiny piece of that pie, or of that fee, or that charge. The guy that's renting the room or renting the house, he's making all the money. And it is a business. And I support business, but I don't support a liquor store next to a church just because it's a business. And I don't support bad business. And I don't claim to say that Airbnbs, that's a generic term like Kleenex, Airbnbs are actually short-term rentals. There's Vrbo, there's Airbnb, I don't know, there's a half a dozen or more of them. I don't claim that they're all bad or that all people that rent them are using them and not being good citizens while they're visiting our neighborhoods. But I, for one, don't believe that that it's worth the inconvenience that it causes for our full-time residents. So I will not be supporting. I mean, I would vote to ban it, and I would make that motion if anyone's willing to second that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I think our community brings up some good points. So how many code enforcement officers do we have in this city?
Councilmember Ortiz, we have approximately 20.
20 for 60,000 homes roughly in the city?
Approximately, yes.
So just alone in my ward, I have thousands of CRNs, community requests for code enforcement. And when we talk about revenue versus the ability to collect on violations, I think those are two very different conversations. So if Indio really is getting $14 million a year, that's something. Joe brought up fireworks. So in our city, we know that's illegal to shoot fireworks off above the 210. And you can be fined anywhere from $2,500 up to $5,000, depending on the number of citations that you receive over how many calls you generate. We pay upwards of over $300,000 in just a week for overtime for the police department for thousands of calls. However, between 2020 and 2025, we have only collected $9,000 in violation fees. You know why? Because there's no enforcement. And that's what it comes down to. And in fact, if you're cited and you don't show up, you have less of a chance of being cited than and having to pay for anything than if you do. So it's not even advantageous to answer to the city when you do something wrong. Business licenses. This could generate a lot of business license. To have a business license in the city of San Bernardino is $65. That's it. That's all you have to rent your house out, is to pay $65. I bought my home 4 years ago. 2 years after owning my home, I received a notice for a lien because I wasn't paying my business license registration for it being a rental. Because the business license registration department was backlogged 4 years in being able to make sure that second homeowners were able to comply with business license registration. So it's not a matter, right? We talk about capitalism, we talk about entrepreneurship, great. Do you want your neighborhood to be a hotel, motel, or a residential area? That's always a great debate. But do you first and foremost want your community to be safe, enforceable? And that's just something we can't even do on a daily basis. Now, I'm not a fan of bans. I think that government fluctuates. I think time, space, and context speak to public policy. So I really would refer to the word moratorium, because we kind of do but don't have anything right now. And so in looking at the fact that we only have 20 code enforcement officers, who, by the way, do not work at night. So when you talk about what's happening in the evenings, when everybody's coming back home, or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, if it's not PD responding, it's definitely not going to be code enforcement. Most of the time when there is something, they have to catch you in the act of doing it. How many times you call, we know that when people call, their calls for requests can go anywhere from put it in an online form versus will actually show up if there's a potential crime. And so is it possible, instead of having a ban, to have like a 5-year moratorium while we assess and grow in our ability to enforce any type of action that we were to take into place?
I mean, Councilmember Ortiz, that is always that's always an option the city could choose. However, allow me to make some clarification. There seems to be this idea that anything related to rentals, especially Airbnbs and vacation rentals, is a code enforcement action. Most of these things are noise violations. Noise violations, people usually call the police department. So, I think we need to make that very clear. People that rent these kinds of places are not daytime people. This is usually, if you rent one of these places, you probably want on a weekend partying, et cetera, et cetera. So there's already municipal standards that address those kinds of issues.
And who's enforcing those?
So if it's a noise violation,
No, who's making sure these are only 2-day rentals?
Say that again, ma'am?
Who only makes sure that people only stay for the weekend?
Well, it depends. I mean, most Airbnbs are people that are, spending the weekend. Some may stay during the week, but the point I'm making is that people who rent these kinds of places are not typically noisy during the day. They are usually noisy at night.
What you're saying is, in theory, this is how it works. In practice, we have no enforcement in the city. Otherwise, we wouldn't have thousands of backlogs of the ability to enforce codes. And that could be parking enforcement, which is PD. So let's not even then worry about 20 of our code enforcement officers, and then let's not also worry about failing infrastructure, as we know people repeatedly don't even take care of rentals to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So then we put the burden on the police department, because they don't have enough to do. They got to go do noise complaints at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. They got to do drunk phone calls at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. They got to do parking violations in the mid-afternoon. There could, all the things. So this is why I ask.
Mm-hmm.
In the scope of things, in being able to create policy, can you withhold for 5 years to build this up and revisit it versus banning it?
Like I said earlier, that is always an option. We can have a moratorium on this. However, even if that's what we're going to do, I think we need to understand who is doing what, where, and how.
Yeah.
And
And
then
that's
we
for
can
you
say-
guys to make sure
that's-
that you
yeah,
enforce
and-
when, where, and exactly when it's called.
Absolutely.
That's not my issue.
Okay.
I want to make sure you guys take care of what's on the inside, and we take care of what's on the outside. So call whoever you need to call when people are in violation. That's
Absolutely.
great. So
Yeah.
Councilmember Charette, what I'm wondering is, would you amend your motion to be a moratorium for 5 years versus a ban?
No, I don't support moratoriums, and the issue here is PD is the one that's coming out, and they're coming out at night, and they aren't just on the weekend, and they aren't just on daytimes. I've heard where someone maybe is going to be working in the area and might rent it for 3 weeks because that's how long their job might be, and that certainly is an opportunity for someone to come and live in a house. Maybe 2 or 3 people are going to be working on that job, living in a house, and be able to do their own cooking and what have you, and not live in a hotel. It's cheaper for the company. It's cheaper and it's more convenient for the individual. It's good and bad. Councilwoman, if I can continue for a minute, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You asked me a question, and I took the mic.
No, I just want to know if you amend to a moratorium.
Can you speak to, and I don't want to hog the thing, but this has been I've been very passionate about this for 5 years.
I know.
It's not been just since June 24. It's been something that I've been working on, and I haven't had a real yes or no. It's not that I've been for it or against it. I'm not happy that it has taken us this long to get here.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with current staff, nothing to do with current staff. But I've been collecting articles from our own paper, from Riverside. I've been collecting information for quite some time about this issue. And we've just taken way too long to deal with it. Someone says, don't worry, it's not a big issue. Well, it's not a big issue for someone that isn't living next to one, that is being interrupted over the weekend or what have you, coming, as you say, coming and going 3 in the morning. I'm not for moratoriums. I mean, we either do it or we regulate it. And a ban it would be, I think, preference, and that's what we talked about before, but heavy regulation is also an option and not available. I represent the north end, which is against the fire, against the big fire areas. And I've seen people at Airbnbs or short-term rentals that have no regard for the laws and the regulations that we have, because they don't live here.
Right.
They come in, they enjoy themselves, they go out and I've seen them actually above 30th Street shooting off fireworks in a high fire danger area. I've seen it myself. So, and of course, I've got a lot of constituents in the north end that are very, very concerned with fire. So maybe I overlooked something, but did this come back with regulations? Is this all this document that you supplied? I overlooked it.
There is some language in there, but if we're going to regulate specifically,
it's going to come back again.
Some of the things. Well, we have to adopt a resolution that says what people have to pay to register. What are the terms? Because
how about
I've seen
putting the regulations in first, then maybe they might not even register.
Well, I think we don't want to jump the gun. Staff-wise, we don't want to predict what the city council is going to do.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Didn't when it came before the council before, weren't there a set of regulations?
Mayor.
Didn't we make recommendations for regulations?
There are some regulations in there with your package.
But we discussed them and they weren't severe enough or something. So the only way I could support regulations even would be if they come back to us and they're very, very strict and severe.
We can bring that back if you want.
And for that, I could maybe live with something like that and still allow the short-term rentals. But can you speak to, and I'm sorry to hog the microphone, but can you speak to this firm?
Council member, Mr. City Attorney would like to chime in from your inquiry.
I wanted to clarify for you, Councilman, regarding the regulations. So in the ordinance that would ban them, that's new code language.
Right.
Just very simple, updating the tables, they're banned. They're not allowed in any residential zone. The other ordinance that proposes regulations are the same regulations that you've seen before when it came a couple years ago.
Were they in our backup? Because I missed them. Okay, well, I missed it. And I need a refresher.
So the ban ordinance has 3 exhibits, and then the regulation ordinance has 3 other exhibits. But the regulation language is what you saw before.
Okay. But could you speak to this firm that's going to, what is this?
Deckard.
Something Scape or what's?
Yeah, I think it's Deckard Technologies. Is that the one you're referring to?
Well, you gave us, it was, they're going to be doing it's $7,500 a year versus $16,000 a year.
$16,500, yes.
And what are they going to do?
So Deckard Technology would use a special tool to identify by basically combing through several websites to identify who is actually renting their homes for this activity. Because it's not just on Airbnb, it's on Verbo, it's on any other. So they have a tool that would actually do that. And in other communities, that is what they have done as well, because it's not efficient for staff to sit down and start surfing the web to see who is actually renting their properties. So they would do that for us.
So
and
they were able to monitor pretty effectively. It doesn't seem like a lot of money. I'd be charging more if I were them. It doesn't seem like a lot of money.
Yeah, it does, but that is what we were given at this particular time. We can take a look at some other outfits to see how much. But whether we ban or we don't, we still have to know we still have to spend money. So the logic behind this is, if we're going to spend money finding out who is doing what, why don't we receive some revenue while we're doing it? And that's where the regulation comes. Because by regulating, we can identify, what are the specific standards? How much gets paid? How much does it take to register? It's not just going to be a simple business license registration. It will be something totally different, because it's not just a regular business. I mean, from the places that I've worked and we've done this kind of stuff, that is what we do, and that's what we did. So that way, we can identify, if it's going to cost you $1,000 to register, hypothetically speaking, you're going to think twice about who you rent your house to, as opposed to if it only costs you $75, you don't really care. So I'm just making comparisons, because if we're going to go that route, these are the things that we have to consider. How important is this to us? Because by fixing that amount, you can deter or you can encourage.
Right.
If I have to pay $1,000 to register this enterprise, I'm going to think twice, and I have to pay.
I have to disagree with that, because if you're renting your house for $1,000 a night for 4 nights, that takes care of that pretty quick, and there's 52 weekends in a year.
Yeah.
And so 52 times $4,000 is a heck of a lot of money. Now, I'm not saying anyone's going to rent it every 52 weekends, but
Absolutely.
But it becomes kind of a cost of doing business, and because their rates are so high, because there's 3 couples coming into these 2 or 3 or 4 bedroom houses, maybe 5 couples. They're sharing the expense.
Yeah.
So they're spending $1,000 a night, but it's only costing a couple
Right,
$250, which is cheaper than a hotel room.
Of that $1,000 a night, we get $100.
Yeah.
On top of your registration fee, we
and
get
the neighbors in the area get a lot of grief sometimes.
Sometimes.
Okay, I'll give up the mic, and I
Thank
think
you.
I've made my point.
Thank you, Councilmember. You're very passionate. We can all hear that. Mr. City Manager, did you want to chime in?
Well, it was a while ago, but I was going to just say that Deckard has a very good reputation in the state. They work with quite a few cities. There are 2 elements to code enforcement. They do a good job at being able to identify who is doing a short-term rental, and both for the TOT as well as for regulation, whether or not they have actually registered. But you are right, the code enforcement has to do as far as the complaints, and dealing in other communities, I would say it's usually noise, parking. Noise and parking tend to be 2 of the major complaints that you get on a short-term rental.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, are you done with your comments before
I
I?
just want to, so I can't second, but I would like to make then a substitute motion, because I think, we got to do something to place a 5-year moratorium. Oh, then I would like to make a motion that we put a moratorium, a 5-year moratorium on any Airbnbs while we work to build up enforcement capabilities and create proper regulations for enforcement in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have Councilmember Figueroa, followed by Councilmember Flores, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Canas, followed by Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of all over the place here. I think you might have answered some of the questions I had already, but just to make sure, if we were to move forward with a ban, the enforcement of that ban, would it be done through their actual website, or is it something that we have to go specifically house by house? Let's say any short-term rental like Verbo, Airbnb, if we say there's a complete ban, then they're not allowed to advertise or promote or allow any type of, so that's, okay, I think you answered that earlier.
So what we would do is, once we identified who they are, we'll send them a registered letter to indicate that somebody will actually sign for that letter. We'll have to make sure we notify them by mail so that they know that the city has taken the following action. So that's how we start.
Okay, thank you. And so are agencies like Airbnb and Verbo considered like third-party vendors, kind of like if somebody were to book a a room, a hotel room through, let's say, Kayak or Expedia, those are considered kind of third-party vendors, but we still collect the TOT from that hotel specifically.
Absolutely.
We don't receive that, yes, sir.
Oh, no, I'll go ahead and finish, then I can answer your question, I think.
We don't, we receive the tax, the TOT, directly from the hotel, not necessarily from those third-party
Yes.
vendors. If we were to not proceed with the ban, would we, I keep seeing you wave at me.
Well, no, I can answer your, if it's about TOT and collection of TOT,
Yeah.
I can answer your question. There's two ways we collect the TOT. One is that actually Airbnb in particular does do agreements with cities where they will actually collect the TOT directly from their clients and then remit it to the city without the city having to go out. Sometimes there's errors in what they're collecting and whether they're sending it to the right city, so you have to still monitor and still audit that. The second element of a TOT is that Deckard actually does collection and does enforcement of collection for the cities also.
Okay, and that was kind of my question, so you answered that. So they would be able to support or assist the city in some way with the collection of that, and so we wouldn't have to individually go to every single.
That is correct, yes.
Short-term rental. If there are violations, because of multiple calls and then they lose their permit or their, whatever, for whatever violation, would we then, does that happen through Airbnb for that location, or is it per person? How is it registered? Is it registered to the home? Or if it's registered to a person, what if they then transfer the name of the account for that short-term rental and it allows them to operate again under that same property, that same location? What is in place for us to be able to continue to monitor that?
So this is where I think the technology comes in. From our perspective, it is the location where the violation takes place, whoever the property owner is, whoever is registered at that location is the person that will be held responsible for any kind of violations. And if they move to a different location, it's still them. They still have to register. Unless they change their name or have another alias, it will still be that same person. So there'll be a tracking system to see who are the repeat operators. And I don't know too many people who would, sell one home and buy another one and then try to do the same thing all over again. We're just not in that market right now. But it would be the property owner, whoever's operating, whoever's name shows up in a registration for the activity itself would be the person that will be held responsible for that.
They're held responsible, but the industry's become sophisticated enough that some agencies like Airbnb have certain policies like quiet areas and things like that. And so our code enforcement could work with them if it's a property that's going through their site where they would help in enforcement on some of that stuff.
And how specific can we get with some of these agencies as far as locations, certain zones? Are there restrictions, much like fireworks, where it's not allowed above the 210 and it is below? I mean, is that something that, have we looked into their abilities to kind of allow certain zones? Or is it just within the city and they're not able to really regulate that?
Well, first and primary, that would be what this Deckard would do. They would, if we have certain zones, so for instance, I know that South Tahoe for one, Truckee for one, those are both tourist areas. They actually have certain zones where you can and cannot do short-term rentals, and Deckard works with them on those, and they identify that. We would be able to do the same thing here in San Bernardino.
Mm-hmm. And as far as noise violations, and going out and putting that on, because again, it's not going to be code enforcement, it's going to be our police department. In order for the noise violations to take effect, the complainant has to sign as a witness, right? And many times there's a lot of hesitation with nearby neighbors with signing off as a witness to some of those noise complaints. And so then how are those violations assessed or reported as a mark against the short-term rental that exists there if the nearby neighbors are hesitant to sign off as a witness? How would that then be reported?
Commissioner Figueroa, I'm sorry, Councilmember Figueroa. I was at a recent administrative hearing, and a similar issue came up. Somebody was having a party at their home, and they called the police department, and a police officer arrived. They parked at least a block away, and they observed to see whether or not they could actually hear the music. And the officer said, "I did hear the music." And then she moved a little bit closer, and she said the music got louder, and she was able to identify what music was playing. And then she approached the homeowner and told her that, you know, your party, we have a call regarding your party, but your neighbor is the one that actually called us. So even if the neighbor doesn't want to be a witness, the officer has ways of determining where the source of noise is coming from. So they've done this a lot, and they know what to do. So when they approach the property, they don't always pull to the front door. They would park a few distance away, they would listen, and then they will move a little bit closer, and then if the noise doesn't dissipate, then they will go to the property owner and knock on the door.
And one city I was in, what we did is a two-part process. You have the police, which you are correct. Many of these calls come in at night for parking and or noise. So there's police calls, and then if there's so many violations, then code enforcement's the agency that then follows up during the day and during the business hours, and their permit could get pulled if there's so many violations. So it's sort of a two-part process.
Okay. Councilmember, I also want to add that a few years back when these regulations were being put together, I specifically remember something that the Planning Commission recommended to be included that made it into the regulations, and that is for all short-term rental properties to install a noise monitoring device capable of alerting the owner or agent in the case of outdoor noise in excess of 65 decibels. We could use that and write, you know, to beef it up so that our code and or PD have access to that data so that they know when it's triggered because there was too much noise.
Okay, because I was going to say our police department is they already have enough to do, you know, with other issues going on than to respond to noise complaints. I think it's a good idea. And again, I know people are coming in for various different reasons, right? But primarily, and I think this was mentioned, because of major big events like the raves and other things that are going on in the city as well. I think it would be important for us, and I know it's not related directly to this, but it somewhat is, the events that are taking place in the city. There are some events that we charge a per ticket fee that are upwards of $7, and then there's other events that occur that there's a $0 ticket fee. And so we need to kind of put that, kind of align it, because those that are being overcharged, they're hesitant to have events. In fact, I'm always hearing that it's so restrictive they're not able to have events because the cost per ticket is so high. But then there's other events that are taking place, they're at $0. And so perhaps we need to find somewhere where it's even for everybody. But my question is, are we able to utilize some of those fees per ticket to help with the enforcement of some of these short-term rentals, right? Because if a majority of them, of individuals or people are coming in specifically for that, then there is an impact to our city, to our streets, to our residents, to our neighborhoods, right? And so perhaps, and I don't know who to direct this to, I'm not sure if this is something that we can actually do. I would hope that we can kind of look at the per ticket fee, where some are so restrictive that they're not actually taking place, and then there's some that don't have a per ticket fee at all. And so somewhere in the middle, where some are 7, some are 0, perhaps 2 is a good, I don't know what that looks like, but my question is, if for every special event, and I'm talking about the big major events, right? The ones that bring in 100,000 people per weekend or whatever it is, or a smaller scale, mid-scale. Are we able to assess a per ticket fee and utilize those fees for enforcement of short-term rentals? And that would be my my last suggestion or request, I guess, for information as well. And no more, Mayor.
Do you want to respond to that, or just Okay, so so for the biggest events we have in the city, from my perspective, are the raves. You know, we know when we have them 3 or 4 times a year, and it brings a lot of people in. And it's so pervasive that we actually let staff go home early because they actually use our parking structure. So the fundamental issue here is what kinds of agreements do we have with the operators of the rave events? If we are letting them use our parking, we can, you know, ask for a fraction of whatever it is. I think it depends on how we can negotiate a transaction. If we identify the issues, because I know that code enforcement actually plays a big role in the rave events because some of their events happen during the day, and it gets very rowdy. So in a case like that, I think we just have to revisit what are the current agreements with the rave event proprietors that we can actually revisit and say, hey, let's have a conversation here because we need to raise additional revenue. Also, to note that in certain instances, they have actually offered to pay for staff time, which has created a bit of an issue with the HR in the past. So.
Thank you, Council. Great questions. Councilmember Flores, followed by Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilmember Sanchez, and then Ibarra.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation, and thank you for members of the public for coming out and voicing your concerns. So just for clarification purposes, I see here under fiscal impact that the anticipated TOT transit occupancy tax associated with the program has the potential to contribute $324,000 to our general fund. But that being said, there is the potential of a cost of $16,500 for the program. So would it be safe to say that there is the potential for it to contribute up to about $307,500 to it?
We could say that.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
And the reason it's awarded like that is because there are 2 options with Deckard. If we do the TOT portion of it, it's going to be the higher number. If you only do the enforcement portion of it, that's only $7,500 annually. So it's either $75,000 or $16,000. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And then last question, in your honest opinion, do you think we have the internal capacity to be able to keep track of these short-term rentals and also like the negative impacts that come along with it, say like code enforcement, fining, and just keeping track of them?
In my personal opinion, I think we'll do ourselves a favor if we know who is doing what where. Right now, we don't know. We only go by complaints that are received. By going through a regulatory process, you will have to register this particular outfit. So we know what's happening, and we have the opportunity to identify how do we want to regulate this industry. You know, like the city manager mentioned, there are certain districts that we can allow them, and there are certain districts where we don't want to allow them. The unfortunate thing, well, maybe it's not unfortunate about San Bernardino, is are there any other neighborhoods that we really want to preserve? And some of the best neighborhoods in the city are the ones that are most amenable to actually having these vacation rentals in them because they have the better homes and they're bigger homes and they're more bedrooms for people to actually rent. So in that perspective, if we're saying we want to regulate it, we want to keep it out of the college district, we want to keep it out of ward number 6 or ward number 7 or ward number 5, what are we really left with? We're going to be left with those neighborhoods that have a lot of multifamily units that may not be as attractive to people who are actually coming into town for a rave event who want to live in stay in a single family home, as Councilmember Charette actually mentioned. So by having a regulatory program, we have a lot more choices. If we just ban it, we still have to spend money to monitor this. And you're still going to have people that are going to do it underground. But with the aid of Deckard, we'll be able to find out who's actually still registering their property after we've told them that, the city has decided to ban. So either way, we're spending money. But one thing we talked about internally, and I have to share this with you, is anticipation of what City Council may do tonight, we were going to designate at least one code enforcement officer specifically to monitor, to be the contact, to be the point person when it comes to short-term vacation rentals, monitoring, et cetera, et cetera. So we would have somebody dedicated because I think it's important to the city, it's important to the city council to make sure that we actually are able to do that. And so we are going proactive. Code enforcement is doing a lot, but we're still with the registration fees and all these other things, I think we'll be able to afford having one officer who just does this as a major part of their daily activities outside of other responsibilities.
Thank you, Director Elliott. And that's all questions for me, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Canals, followed by Sanchez, followed by Ibarra.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of my questions have already been answered, really good questions. So, and you almost answered my last one with the one code enforcement officer. One concern that was raised, and I think that concern really is appropriate regardless of what step we take, whether we ban, whether we do a moratorium, or we do impose strict regulations, there always has to come the issue of enforcement and how do we enforce. And the questions were posed, do we truly have the capacity to enforce? You had mentioned that you and staff had spoken about this and kind of toted the idea of having one code enforcement officer specifically designated for Airbnb or short-term rentals, I should say. But have you guys really done an analysis to see, really to make this an effective program? What would it really truly take beyond code enforcement and with PD as well, so that we can make sure that we do have enforcement appropriately designated for, again, whatever route we do choose to take?
Councilmember Canals, that's a very good question. In order for us to get there, we have to actually know how many are we dealing with. Right now, we're speaking in hypotheticals. We're just kind of assuming. Right now, you can go to Airbnb and you can search for registrations on Airbnb only for San Bernardino. You can kind of look at those numbers. What I can tell you is compared to other what are considered to be tourist destinations, San Bernardino is not very high. I mean, we have seasons. The rave season, we get a lot of people. Unlike other places that get people year-round, and that becomes an industry in their communities. It is not an industry by my perspective, and that is why, to me, I think it's easier to handle. If we were, in Anaheim or we're in Lake Tahoe or in some of the other places in Northern California that have seasonal events like fishing and boating and things like that, skiing, yes, I would say I would be more concerned about enforcement, but just by the nature of who we are and where we are, I think we can bring it under control.
And I will say, I get what you're saying, because people use these short-term rentals for a variety of reasons. I do have a nuisance property in my area, and it's strictly a short-term rental that this individual uses as a party house. Many fires, many complaints. It is in a residential area with families. So my concern, much like much of my colleagues, is really our ability to truly enforce, regardless of which way we go. There were some comments that were made in regards to really what we could collect. I think Councilmember Flores said a figure about $307,500, but does that entail also, if we truly are appropriately regulating like we should, does that incorporate that as well?
I would probably say if we actually truly regulate this industry the way we can. So the $324,000 is just if we looked at the current numbers the way they are and we just apply, a generic transit occupancy tax ratio to it, that equals 324. But when you add in registration fees and all these other things that we are going to require, hopefully, I think you're going to see that revenue actually go up.
I don't think it'd go to the 14 million. That would be nice.
Oh, no.
But,
No.
The only thing obviously, it's going to be what the majority of the council decides. I think everyone's brought up some really good points for banning, even a moratorium, while we do identify really how we could really beef up our code enforcement capacity. And sure, I lean more towards a regulatory option. That's where I'm leaning towards. But I do have an ask. You know, we are incumbent upon the next fiscal year budgeting process. When you are going through your staffing and whatnot, I really would like for you to take that consideration to make sure when we are, you know, passing legislation here at the dais for things that, you know, are really important to community, like Councilmember Charette said, he's been dealing with this for 5 years. He's probably had a lot of constituents on his back about this. We really do have to be able to enforce it and speak to our constituents' needs. So when you are doing your budgeting for staffing, really please take that in consideration. And I think that might speak to a little bit of what you were talking about, Councilmember Ortiz, so that we can really be thoughtful in our approach.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Councilmember Ibarra.
Where's the council leaning on this? Councilmember Charette, you had a proposal. What was it?
Well, I made a motion to ban, and I think if, I did find the regulations from ordinance number 1660, and I've read through that, and the regulations are pretty, I mean, for example, no parking on the street, high fire danger areas, how are we going to enforce those? Those are the only concerns. I'm all for, you know, I'm not big on regulations, but in this case, I think in order to protect our citizens, we need to regulate this pretty heavily. So who enforces the no parking on streets, for example? And is that just, if there's, let's say there's a group of people staying in the house that are parked off the street, but they're going to invite 5 other couples that are going to park on the street. Are they required to park off street as well if they're only going to be there for the party for 3 or 4 or 5 hours? I mean, and how do we regulate that? That's what I think we all talked about before we finally we kind of threw our hands up and said, regulation is going to be very, very difficult. Or enforcement of regulation.
Enforcement of regulation could be difficult. Even in places where there is very strict regulation, you still find loopholes in those regulations. In answer to your question, just straight up, so if you sign an agreement that said your guests or visitors cannot park on the street, you're only limited to parking on the driveway, you're going to be held responsible for that. And so when a police officer kind of drives by, they can look at, license plate numbers as to who.
So they're going to, police officers are going to know that that's an Airbnb?
Oh, no. I mean, so they're not going to know it's an Airbnb, but they would know whether or not, if a call came to a particular location, for example, and they see vehicles, I think part of their research would be looking at who do these vehicles belong to? Is it registered to somebody in San Bernardino, or is it somebody from somewhere else? That kind of leads to other types of things.
But if I could clarify.
To answer your question, Theodore, Councilmember Sanchez, I could live with regulation, but I'm telling you right now that $335,000 is not going to cover the cost of enforcement, and it's not going to be enforced. And we're not going to be able to enforce it the way we'd like to. So, but I can go with regulation. I think a ban is what we all decided earlier that was the easiest way to do it, because then there's no questions. If someone's doing it, we go in and fine them and tell them they're illegal.
The issue with a ban, though, is that a ban requires a regulatory apparatus. It's just, so that's the thing is, so the thing is, if we say regulate, we mean regulate, let them operate and regulate, put parameters around how they operate. If we say ban, there still needs to be that apparatus in place to make sure that they are not operating. It's the objective is different, but it still requires that apparatus. So this idea that, well, we don't have the apparatus in place to regulate. Well, do we have the apparatus in place to ban? And that's the issue. Now, I can see that a little bit of this
You're
conversation.
relying on neighbors. You're relying on neighbors to call in.
I yield my time, so you can speak, Councilmember Shred. No, but this is the thing is that there is a little bit of more of a nuanced, and it's more labor intensive, more laborious for regulation. Because now it's not, hey, we find that there's a location that's operating illegally. Now it's, well, are they outside of the bounds of our regulatory, our municipal code? And so I'm kind of going back and forth. I want to try the option of regulating, and then at a future date, if we see that this isn't working, just like we have with fireworks, maybe the idea of coming back with a ban might work. But I'd like to try the option of regulating before we do an outright ban. Is that a motion?
There's a motion on the floor read by Councilmember Ortiz, so let's go through the.
Well, no, I don't think there was a motion.
No? There was a second, okay, so it
So
failed.
I'll go ahead and make the motion right now that I'd like to go with option 2, introduce and read by title only and waive further reading of ordinance number Municipal Code 1660 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, adopting a regulatory program which would amend section 19.02.050, chapter 19.04 of the City of San Bernardino Development Code for short-term rentals and vacation rentals in the City of San Bernardino.
Thank you. There's a motion.
I'd like to second that, but I'm trying to find a happy medium between all of my council colleagues up here, because you guys have all brought up some really, really good points. Would you guys be amenable to doing this, the regulatory option, but a 2-year program? And during that 2 years, we have the sufficient time to do what Councilmember Ortiz suggested, ensuring that we do the necessary studies and research to make sure that we have the appropriate enforcement regulations. It may find that we don't, and at that time, we come back and we may have to change what we're doing. Are you amenable to that?
Absolutely. It wouldn't be part of the ordinance language. There is no sunset to an ordinance that goes into the municipal code, but it would go in as direction to staff to return in 2 years, 24 months, for a status update and potential ban. I don't know, is that fine with you?
Councilmember, Mr. City Attorney, City Manager.
So just 2 clarifications, Madam Mayor and Council. One, if we did that like a pilot, a 2-year pilot is what you're requesting, can we start it on the date that we start the program, so it'd be effective whatever date we start the program? Because obviously we wouldn't start it today, it'll take a little time to implement. Second, I want to make a clarification. So there was a question about parking, and I can't remember who asked the question, but okay, so the police can only regulate and enforce laws that are municipal code or state law. So they would not be able to, in my experience, and the police can come up and correct me if I'm wrong, but in my experience, they cannot enforce like, you're a short-term rental, so we're going to enforce parking with you, but not with your neighbor who's not short-term. But what they could do is they could document it if they're called out on that. But more likely what it would be a complaint from the neighbor to code enforcement, and then that would be documented the next day. Usually what they do is send pictures or things like that. That is a code enforcement issue because they have a regulatory code issue that they have agreed to do the short-term rental, that they're not going to do parking. So that's a code enforcement, not really a police issue.
Thank you. So there's a motion. Can we repeat that motion just so we are clear?
I basically read half the ordinance, so don't do that.
Madam City Clerk, for her to repeat.
Well, the clarification, is it going to be a 2-year pilot program, but approving the section number 2 of the staff recommendation?
That's the motion. Is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
There's a second. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, if I may.
Mr. City Attorney, then I
Okay,
can.
that's based on the.
One moment.
Well, I want to add to that. That's based on the resolution of 1660, correct? Those regulations. And my question only would be if we would maybe have a little time to really study those and add to them maybe. If I've gone through them, I found them and I've gone through them. And if I had something that stuck out to me, I can call you and say, let's add this as a regulation.
Absolutely. I mean, the question was actually going to ask.
Because it'll have to come back to us anyway.
what are some specific regulations that you would like to see that are different from what is written on that paper? Because this is the time. I mean, if we're going to go this route of regulation, what do we really want? And once we know that, then we can start working on the specific language of it. If we just go by what we currently have, that's what we're going to get. If you have specific desires, this is the time to throw it in so that we can go and evaluate them.
So when you say this is the time, not necessarily this moment, but during this
Yeah,
process
during this process.
because it'll have to come back for us for final approval.
Yeah.
I need to clarify that. This is a first reading. At the second reading and adoption, there can only be non-substantive changes. So the answer to your question is no. You cannot propose substantive changes the next time you're going to see it for second reading. So if you want to propose, if you need some more time to study, if you want to propose some additional things, and if some of you want to do that as well, I don't know how many of you really took a look at those regulations. Staff did not review them with you for what they actually say. For those of you that are new, you would have seen them for the first time. My recommendation would be, if some of you feel that way, to kick this out and continue the public hearing, maybe to the next meeting, to study the regulations, and if you have proposals, to provide them to staff. If you're prepared to proceed tonight, and you actually do the first reading tonight, then no substantive changes can be brought at the second reading. That doesn't mean you can't later propose to amend the ordinance once it's on the books. You can still do that. It's just you can't do that on a second reading.
Thank you for that. Council, would you be amenable to continuing this? Because it sounds like there's a lot of input that council would like to provide to staff, so it gives more time to be thorough.
Because this is a public hearing, we need to notice to, or we need to continue to a date certain. So
Correct.
which you need to give me a date that works, or everyone needs to hear, give me a date that works so that we can continue it to that date.
Does your
What
next
works?
meeting,
You
March
need 30
4th,
days,
work?
Councilmember Charette, or how, do you need next council
Sorry, was that
meeting?
about what we just talked about?
Yes, to continue the
So
meeting, or
not-
continue the public hearing to a meeting.
I think it could be done in 2 weeks.
The mic, please, one at a time, okay? So Councilmember Charette, would you be interested to continue to 30 days or 2 meetings from now?
Yeah, not
Just
5 years.
Not 5 years, 2 meetings from now, would that be sufficient?
Yeah, I think it could
meetings
be
or
done in 2
meetings?
weeks, but 30 days is fine.
So second meeting in March, would that be amenable? I think that gives enough time for
I will make a
staff.
motion to continue this public hearing to the second regularly scheduled meeting in March.
And I will second that.
Thank you, council members. Madam City Clerk?
I'll take a voice vote.
I still have my comment, Mayor.
Oh.
Before we continue, Councilmember Ibarra had a comment, because you guys were just jumping in. Councilmember Ibarra, please provide your comments.
I've been very patiently here waiting.
Thank
My
you for
questions
your
would have to
patience.
be to our city staff regarding Deckard Technologies. I see that the proposal is dated September, and I think they only, according to, I don't know if you have page number 11 on their proposal, it says pricing valid for 90 days. We're over 90 days. Are they still granting that pricing on their proposal, even though it's been over the 90 days?
Councilman Ibarra, that's a very good question. We'll reach back out to them again and let them know that we have an interest in maintaining the current pricing, and they have to convince us why the price would go up. But it was done in September because we have been trying to get this item before the city council before now, so.
Yeah, I remember Fred for the longest time has been talking about the Airbnbs. The other item I had a question on, I know it says 7,500 annually, but then there's, on page 10 of their contract, it says, we only charge fees on a per property, not per listing basis. What exactly then is what will be the additional charge besides the 7,500? Or if
So-
that's going to include the current properties?
Yeah, I think the 7,500 is just an estimate of the number of properties that they consider are already conducting this kind of activity. But again, if at the next review they realize that maybe 10% has dropped off or it's been increased by 20%, those numbers could come back looking a little bit differently, so.
Okay, and I know when I go to national conferences, we have several other companies that do the same type of work. Will you be open to getting proposals from them also? We have to do an RFP process, of course, but I'm on board with what my colleagues have said, regulation. I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that we have proper pricing for having a company do the work that they do. Not to say anything, you know, I personally don't know the work that they've done, but that they've done it to other cities. That speaks volumes, because we do need to regulate those businesses. They are businesses. They're not private family, single home owners. They are making money off of this. They are causing, I personally don't have many in my ward of rentals like this, of this sort, but I do know that I've heard from community members that live in the north end, and they experience those fireworks, they experience the loud noise throughout the weekend, whether they go, a lot of them are from the rave, unfortunately, and here to blow up fireworks. But I just want to make sure that these contracts are the best for the city, that they're not going to further cause work for our staff, because it seems like they do a lot of it already. They're tracking them, they know who's doing it and who's not. So that in itself is helping a lot of staff work. I just want to make sure that it is still, they're still okay with the pricing, or if we need to open it up to other possible companies to do the same scope of work, if we can do that. And I think that will come later on as we're working on whole regulations and the policies.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Just something.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for your patience and apologize for that. We do have a motion and a second to continue this item to the second regular meeting in March. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Point of
Councilmember
order.
Sanchez?
Yes, I want to clarify for the public. I know Mike Hartley out there has been dying to speak on this issue. I want you to know that you are allowed to speak for both a public hearing as well as the regular meeting, because you didn't speak, and that did perplex me. So you were allowed to speak on this issue. You're allowed to speak on both, the public hearing as well as the regular meeting in the future, so you know.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, we will now move on to City Manager update. Mr. City Manager?
Madam Mayor and City Council, I want to give a relatively quick update. The San Bernardino County Transportation Agency will be closing the underpass and all ramps in both directions for 55 hours from 9 p.m. on Friday, February 27th through 4 a.m. on Monday, March 2nd. The work is to put the final configuration of the diverging diamond interchange in place. The new configuration, which is expected to reduce congestion at one of San Bernardino's busiest interchanges, will open to traffic on Monday at the conclusion of the closure.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Since
Can I just,
oh,
because I was at the Public Safety Commissioner meeting, and the dates that they provided were not the same. Perfect, thank you. Just wanted to make sure those were accurate. Thank you.
Since 1983, car enthusiasts have been coming out, thank you for the question, by the way, have been coming out each summer to drive their vintage cars across the country in great race for the chance to win a share of $160,000 in prizes. This year, the city has been named the host of the second to last stage of this year's 17-day race on Saturday, June 27th, in partnership with Inland Empire 66ers. The race will follow Route 66 from Springfield, Illinois to Pasadena to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the historic road. Last week, county parks celebrated the completion of the latest 3.8-mile stretch of trail, complete with new bridges, culverts, and access points. Cyclists, walkers, and joggers now have set 11 miles of continuous Class 1 trail along the Santa Ana River Trail, running from Redlands through all of San Bernardino to the Riverside County line. Eventually, the trail will encompass 22 miles in San Bernardino County, starting in the foothills of Mentone. The full project will connect with Riverside and Orange counties and extend all the way to the Pacific Ocean. For those that are not aware, a Class 1 trail would mean that it's fully protected. The Lunar Fest is coming this Saturday. Celebrate the year of the horse at the 3rd Annual Lunar New Year Festival at the Court Street Square on Saturday, February 21st from 12 noon to 6 p.m. Enjoy live entertainment, food, music, art, and the famous lion dance. The event is free to attend. In addition, Public Works will be hosting a community workshop as part of the Baseline Street Safety Study on Tuesday, March 3rd from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Feldheim Library. Attendees can learn more about the project and provide input about potential improvements to the corridor. Finally, at the council's direction, a meeting of the city's Charter Review Commission has been set for Wednesday, February 25th at 6 p.m. The meeting will be held in the 3rd floor boardroom at 201 Northeast Street. Parking is available on the top level of the City Hall parking structure. And the Friends of the San Bernardino Public Library will be holding its spring book sale on February 28th and March 7th from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. at the library. Most books, magazines, DVDs, and the music will be on sale for $1 or less. Proceeds from the sale will help support programs at all 4 city libraries. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Mr. City Manager. We will now move on to public comments. Thank you for your patience. At this time, public comments will be heard for items on the open session and items not on the agenda. To address the City Council, everyone must complete a speaker card and provide it to the City Clerk. Only those speaker cards turned into the City Clerk will be allowed to address the City Council. No late cards will be accepted. Each person should state their name for the record before beginning their comments. As your name is called, please line up behind the podium. We have 2 podiums available for your convenience. Please proceed to either one as soon as your name is called. Please note your name will only be called once. If you do not respond when called, you may forfeit your opportunity to speak. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate if you need interpreting assistance. In addition, we have interpreting listening devices available in the back. We ask that you please observe proper decorum and do not speak out of turn or make comments from your seat. If you wish to address the Mayor and City Council, please be sure to submit a speaker slip. If you speak out of turn or disrupt the meeting, a warning may be given or you will be asked to leave the meeting pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9 and Penal Code 403.
En este momento se escucharán los comentarios públicos solo para artículos de la agenda. Para dirigirse al Consejo Municipal, cada individuo debe completar una tarjeta de orador. Se debe completar la tarjeta de orador y entregarla a la Secretaría Municipal en este momento. Solo aquellas tarjetas de orador entregadas a la Secretaría Municipal podrán dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. No se aceptarán tarjetas tardías. Cada persona debe indicar su nombre para el registro antes de comenzar sus comentarios. Al ser llamado, por favor, forme una fila en el orden anunciado. Disponemos de 2 podios para su comodidad. Diríjase a cualquiera de ellos tan pronto como se le llame su nombre. Si necesita interpretación en español, tenemos un intérprete presente. Por favor, levante la mano en este momento para indicar que requiere servicios. También tenemos aparatos disponibles para escuchar la Junta en español. Le pedimos que por favor observe el debido decoro y no hable fuera de turno ni realice comentarios desde su asiento. Si desea dirigirse a la alcaldesa y al Consejo Municipal, asegúrese de presentar una hoja de orador. Si habla fuera de turno e interrumpe la reunión, podrá recibir una advertencia y o se le pedirá que abandone la sesión conforme a la sección 54957.9 del Código Gubernamental y la sección 403 del Código Penal.
Thank you. Gracias. I believe there's a member of the public who raised her hand for translation assistance. Is that correct? Do you need translation assistance? No? Oh, okay, got it. Okay, great. Thank you. We have 40 speakers tonight. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. When you hear your name, please come up to the podium.
Tony Lara, Megan Key, Thaisa Moody, Al Palazzo, Mike Hartley, Christian Shaughnessy, Kim Calvin, Sarah Robles, Eric Marquez, Dolores Armstead, Barbara Sky, Joe Solis, Jim Smith, John Schollenberger, Virginia Marquez, Tim Prince, Victor Suarez, Pascal Garcia, Alberto Hernandez, Rosario Chiares.
Thank you. Please turn on your mic and state your name for the record. 3
Mike
minutes.
Hartley. I always come to these meetings calm, and I can tell you right now, my heart is pounding after listening to you guys discuss Airbnbs. If Mr. Elliott was here right now, which I'm a little upset he left, I was going to tell him if he worked for me, I'd fire him right now on the spot. He doesn't know his own department's code enforcement. We have one enforcement in the city, and that's the police. That's it. He's going to relegate one code enforcement officer for your Airbnbs. What a crock of crap. It's a crock of crap. I am the one who follows up on my CRMs. I have to send an email to find out what's going on with them. What I would ask Elliot, before you get into the Airbnbs, I want answers on all my CRMs. Where do we stand on them? Were citations given? I think 3 and 4 months going on is too long, but he can handle Airbnbs. Who's paying that man? The people who have Airbnbs? Is corruption going on? I'm telling you right now, that man has his head up his ass. I can run that department. $7,500? Give me $3,500 and I'll tell you where all the Airbnbs are. That's a crock of crap. Don't you listen to the guy. He has his head up his butt. I don't know where he is right now, but I wish he was here. Stay. I would fire you in a minute, sir. You better learn your department. You have 18 code enforcement officers, 1 lead officer, and a manager. And let me tell you something.
Mayor?
Sir, please focus on the comments and not on the staff.
He's the one who
I
called
understand,
out.
but let's, yes.
It's sort of like when you fight. If you stand up, you're going to get knocked out. So, you're right, Theodore. I should have seen that, and I should have been able to speak on that item too, and I didn't catch it. But I can tell you, I wish I had 15 minutes to talk to you, but I only get 3, so we'll leave it at that. You know I'm upset about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Al Palazzo, I'm commenting on item 22, the specific plan for Mount Vernon. Mayor, council members, city manager, assistant city manager, directors, I beg you, I have a specific plan. There are 3 of you on the dais that have taken my tour. This has been my lifelong dream. I can tell you every parcel, how to build it, how to address every category that you have here. I can give you 10 times what I gave you 2 weeks ago on the Carousel Mall. I can tell you the zoning changes. If you don't meet with me, you're denying the people of San Bernardino the economic opportunities that all my life I've been preaching. That's all I want, to share my ideas. And Mount Vernon is my dream. This is a vato for Mount Vernon who has traveled the world. I want to make it a destination, our Paris. I've been to these Rome, Paris, and I go to Mount Vernon and oh yeah, we can do that. When I'm in Paris on the Rue Rivoli at a cafe looking at the Louvre, hey, that's nice around the Placita. We can do mixed use, how to bring businesses. Who does that? Travel the world and thinks about Mount Vernon. This guy, who was told when I was in elementary school and I went to your neighborhood, Fred Charette, trick-or-treating in the 6th grade, and they said, you don't look like you live in this neighborhood. What were they telling me? Go back to the west side. Well, tengo mucho orgullo, soy de Mount Vernon. No me haces llorar. When I went to college, there were only 20 Latinos. And nobody identified me as a Latino because I have an Italian last name. But my mother was Mexican and she spoke Spanish. I told her, send me the Javier Solis album. Estoy riendo a mundo, pero dentro de mi corazón estoy llorando. You guys know what I'm saying. I know you speak Spanish. Mario, you took my tour recently. Juan, you took it years ago. Sandra, you took it twice. Just hear my ideas. Nobody's going to give you the ideas that I have. I bring 35 years of professional experience. I know San Bernardino, and I know why we've been left behind. Our donating is so out of date. Please give me this dream. Meet with me. Put pressure on your staff to meet with me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Tony Lara. I come at you as a group. We're from West 19th Street. Just notify you situation that we're having. The street has a downhill slope, so when it rains, all the water goes down. I live in the cul-de-sac. I live in the last house. All I have is a man-made trench. The trench takes it all the way to 17th Street in Massachusetts. Okay. Now we have vegetation. We have transients, we have trash, and the neighbor put a fence on top of it. Now with the fence, that turns into a dam. You get any debris in there, it's a horror story. I really have 200 plus sandbags all around my house and cameras when it rains, you know. We have been rescued. Me and my mother have been rescued before. I actually contracted engineers to see what can I do to resolve this issue. They all said I needed a storm drain or street gutters. I have none of that, okay? One of the factors I don't have my mom with me and I put her in a nursing home is because it gets flooded. I'm not gonna put her in this situation. She gets really, really, really sad, and it's a horror story. I'm not gonna put her in that situation. I have done numerous of CRMs. These people too have done CRMs. We have done CRMs, they get closed. We need some relief. That's all I'm asking you. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, you're taking your input of public comments, right? Mr. City Manager? Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, folks. I promise not to speak as long as Councilman Fred Shred did about Airbnbs. Anyway, my name is Christian Shaughnessy. I'm a candidate running for the 2nd Ward here in San Bernardino. Tonight, you see something remarkable in this room. Tens of union members have arrived here to speak in favor of a community workforce agreement. Working families showed up. The question is, why did it take 7 years for Councilwoman Ibarra to show up for them? Councilwoman Ibarra has been in office for 7 years. And all that time, she never once meaningfully brought up a community workforce agreement to the council. But 5 days after the Inland Empire Labor Council, representing over 90 unions and 400,000 working families, endorsed her opponent, me, suddenly Sandra Ibarra puts a community workforce agreement on the agenda. Magic has happened, my friends. Magic in the city of San Bernardino. But that's not leadership. That's being a Johnny-come-lately. That is desperation in the face of momentum. And let's be clear, this isn't even the full community benefits agreement that people and myself have been asking for years. It's just part of one. And it wasn't important enough for a special meeting, even though Councilwoman Ibarra had no problem voting for a special meeting to end the people's right to vote for mayor. She had no problem voting for a special meeting to fire city volunteer and commissioner. Special meetings, you see, are for personal vendettas. Election year agenda items are for working families. That tells you everything you need to know about her priorities. The union members in this room didn't just show up tonight. They've been showing up on job sites, on picket lines in their communities for years, organizing hard and long against wage theft, unfair labor practices. They deserve a representative who fights for them from day one and who has fought for them years long before they ever ran for office. Not one who suddenly discovers labor when she's scared of losing her seat. I'm proud to be the only one in my race to have been endorsed by the Inland Empire Labor Council AFL-CIO, the American heroes in Teamsters 1932, who represent our city employees and who are organizing our long-suffering warehouse workers. UA Local 364, other unions I can't say because of the time limit, and dozens of elected officials, small business and community leaders. I didn't wait 4 months before an election to stand with working families. I've been doing this work my whole life, and I have the receipts. The residents of the Second Ward deserve integrity. They deserve consistency. They deserve a council member who shows up, not just when it's election season. When the time comes, my friends, vote for change in Ward 2. Vote for Christian Shaughnessy. And just like what Brother Louis Lopez said in these chambers not too long ago, vote them out. Ward 2 deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name's Eric Marquez, and for some reason, someone told me the other day that they didn't know I was running. So I've come here to make myself clear. I am running for City Council in the 4th Ward against Fred Charette because he has been in office since I was 7. I know I look young, but that's still a very long time. And he has done nothing to he has brought nothing to the table except broken promises and instability to San Bernardino. Where I support law enforcement, he suggests to get rid of the police department. I mean, that doesn't sound right to me. And I also have a very special item number 19 I would like to discuss. Now, it discusses direct staff to present to City Council within 60 days, a pilot program to temporary place selected businesses. Specifically, I feel like this should go to the Downtown Advisory Committee, which is missing half its members, and also no one knows when the last time it was assembled. Okay, I'm being dramatic. I don't know when the last time it was assembled. But as it's written, it is only convened when needed. Now, for item 19, it is needed. Or else it'll be exactly the same situation as the charter amendment Theodore Sanchez and Fred Charette supported in that emergency meeting. Rather than going through the charter committee, they went to the city staff and just want to order them to do their job. And also, I'm going to continue talking for the next minute because you guys waste our time during that first item about rentals. Like, oh my God, I met so many people walking out that were like, I cannot stay like 10 more minutes because I have a schedule to keep. And also, I thought this would be over way sooner. I cannot get home on time if I stay the whole time, or just to say my comment. I've met people outside the library saying that they had to leave and miss saying their public comment in support or against some of these items, which you need to hear about from the people because a public voice is necessary for a fair government to run. And there's still 15 seconds, so Fred tried to get rid of the police department. He did get rid of the fire department, and he put our city into bankruptcy. And have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Phil Walls. I'm here with the United States Small Business Administration. And the reason we are here is because following the storms that occurred in this area between December 16th and 26th, the agency declared a disaster at the request of the state. And what that means for the residents and businesses here, whether they be businesses, nonprofits, homeowners, or renters, if they suffered structural damage or lost property, they're eligible for disaster loans through the Small Business Administration. So those loans are, businesses are eligible for up to $2 million. Homeowners are eligible for up to $600,000, and renters are eligible for up to $100,000. And again, this is to repair structures and replace property that was lost in the storms. We're holding a webinar on the 24th at 2 p.m. I believe we sent the information to the clerk. Some of the emails bounced back, so I wanted to show up, get a couple hours entertainment, and let you all know in person. I do these all around the country, by the way. This has been interesting. But back to what I was saying. I brought some information here that I'd like to leave with you, and please contact me if you didn't get that, the information about the webinar and what we're asking of you. I'd also love it if you could contact me with any other ideas on how to get the word out to your constituents. I think that's about all I have, so I'm going to give y'all back a minute and 30 seconds, because I know you can use it.
Thank you. Thank you for the valuable information. Appreciate that. Next speaker, please state your name.
Bring back Zoom public comment. Where is the forensic audit, Helen Tran? We need to do a forensic audit on Theodore and Old Man Fred, and we need to do a forensic audit when we went bankrupt all the way to present time. You said that we were going to do it. You still haven't did it. And then, no disrespect, but you vetoing something, I ain't really buying it. I think your job was just on the line. That's why you vetoed it. Besides that, where's that same passion at when we were dealing with the Carousel Mall? Where was that passion at when we were dealing with the Oxbow? You know, you had the power to stop certain things and you allowed it. Just like John Valdivia's court case, we're paying his legal fees, but you were the HR lady, so you should have stepped up when you were the HR lady, and then you should have stepped up even then to stop that, us paying for his court fees as well. But to Mario, that last meeting, that's what's up. You stood up to Theodore Sanchez, but it's crazy how Theodore Sanchez steady butting his business, steady butting into your ward, and his ward sucks. Look like a crack house. Theodore Sanchez, man, you need to go. You a scum. You need to go. Oh man, Fred, you a scum. You need to go. I ain't talking to Ortiz, but we need a clean house. Kim Canas, man, to be honest, you kind of disappoint me. For a sister that looked like me, you sold us out real quick. That hidden gem up over there by Cal State San Bernardino with the hang gliding, you got rid of that to build some apartments that wasn't even zoned right. So now you guys got to go fix the zoning just to build the apartments. So hopefully those apartments fall before people even move in it. Sandra Ibarra, you just a waste of space. You need to go too. We're sitting here worried about I don't want to say petty things, but we got real shit going on, y'all. We got ICE going on, the homeless shelter, 2020. We still don't even have a homeless shelter. And you're passionate about some short-term rentals. You should be passionate about the homeless shelter and building up the community economically. You know what I mean? So, Juan, you need to go too as well. But what else? Oh yeah, to the POA. PO, please stop supporting these corrupted ass politicians. Stop. And then it's a brother that y'all shot in the back named Robert Brown, and we paid $5 million. That police officer needs to get fired. Chief ain't here, so I can't say it to him. Fuck ICE. What else? Yeah, and we need to do that forensic audit. Do that forensic audit. For real, for real. Follow the money, then we can find out what really going on with our money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Okay. Dolores Armstead. I got several comments. First of all, I want to thank the council again for wasting my tax dollar on another special meeting last week regarding Dr. Ortiz. You just can't stop your hate fest and waste my tax dollars. The only one benefiting is the attorney. He keeps making money on you, because you keep having these hate fest special meetings. Please stop. Ward 1, Sanchez, you listed all the items in item number, I think 19, all the items that Amy Malone stated at the last council meeting and on her website. You just took all her ideas, trying to claim them as yours. They are Miss Malone's. You have been here 2 terms, and what have you done? Not a damn thing. Look at our downtown. Nada. Now you want to steal someone else's ideas as if they were yours. Look at the cities around us. They're all progressing. We are the seat of the county. We have no city hall, no restaurants, no shops. We look like a dump. We're considered one of the worst places to live in the country. And you're not helping. You have the main part, and you haven't done a damn thing. Now you want to steal someone else's ideas as if you came up with them. The Olympics are coming. We're going to be missing out All the other cities will be fine, but we're gonna miss out. On the Salvation Army, item number 9, we keep seeing funding going to the Salvation Army, Lutheran Services, Family Services, other nonprofits. What we want is a report on what they are doing with all that money. Who's getting served? What was served? How often? We need an audit. They're getting money? Where is it going? You keep giving money. You're going to give some more money. Where is it going? Oh, Ward 5, you are the great one. At the last meeting, you attacked work for the approval of work on State Street University. It is not city general funds. It was already approved years ago. Instead of hating on Ward 6, take care of Ward 5. In September, you made a very unprofessional fiasco of blaming Dr. Ortiz for the Oxbow. What have you done? It's been years. Where is it? What is it going? What is the update? You should be ashamed. Instead of collaborating and working with Dr. Ortiz to clean up that death pile, you want to keep complaining about what she's doing. Clean up Ward 5. The streets look like hell. Palm and across from Denny's, that should have been developed years ago. What are you doing? What are you doing? It looks like crazy. What are you doing? Instead of attacking someone else, leave Ward 6 alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Sarah, and I'll be speaking. I wasn't able to make the closed session, so just a general open comment on that. I submitted this comment for the public record to address the city's ongoing handling of the litigation involving Ortiz versus the city of San Bernardino, and to express serious concern regarding the city's actions as they relate to constitutional due process, equal protection under the law, and fiscal accountability. At the core of this matter is the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which guarantees equal protection of the laws and the right to due process. Ortiz alleges that while she was a private resident, an illegal inquiry was conducted on her through the CLET system. Rather than responding to this allegation with a neutral and transparent investigation, the city publicly denounced her claims as false and frivolous before any independent inquiry, hearing, or due process safeguards took place. Public denunciation in advance of due process risks retaliation, defamation, and unequal treatment, and undermines public confidence that the city applies the law fairly and impartially. Moreover, if the case was in fact deemed frivolous and meritless, then why are expensive special counsel strategy meetings continue to be called, and by who? Equally troubling is what did not occur. The city conducted no meaningful or transparent investigation. Key eyewitnesses to admissions and conversations were never interviewed, and no neutral fact-finding process was initiated, despite what your press release alleged. Your press release indicated, and I quote, an independent investigator hired by the city of San Bernardino confirmed that no one conducted an illegal search on the CLET system, which is heavily regulated. That is a press release that you indicated. You're going on record indicating nothing took place. The city has held multiple closed session meetings, retained outside counsel at significant cost, and now may face claims filed by the police chief and the POA president seeking indemnification. We're ultimately going to be required to fund the legal defense of these individuals who are accused of misconduct if you accept these claims. Having said this, I'm entering a formal request that you approve the release of all Stephen Larson's findings for full disclosure and transparency. If in fact the findings were unfounded, we would like to see and review for ourselves. While we're on the subject, please release the entire investigative report by the JL Group concerning Kimberly Calvin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and the City of San Bernardino. My name is Virginia Marquez, and I'm a lifelong resident of our city and currently a candidate for the First Ward. Can you please stop speaking to each other and disrespecting me? This time belongs to us, the public. I would like to address some remarks that were given by First Ward Councilmember Sanchez during a recent talk show interview. Councilmember Sanchez, you were very disingenuous during your interview when you discussed the fact that the proposed charter amendment became muddled during the council's lengthy discussion. From all indications given during the meeting, your intentions to remove the full-time mayor of our city became very clear very early on, and your efforts failed miserably. You are the ringleader of the circus, attempting to hang on to the little power that you have left. No campaign signs or glossy mailers with your name and pictures on them will save your campaign at this point. Your credibility is shot, and the damage has already been done. First Ward residents are embarrassed by your behavior and inadequate leadership. Is this the legacy that you would like to leave? You have a few months left to serve the remainder of your term. Redeem yourself. Drive around our ward and take notes on areas that need infrastructure repairs, identify areas that need illegal dumping removal, drive at night to complete a lighting assessment, and just take the time to listen to what our business community has to say. And equally important, listen to the constituents and find out what is important to us. Councilmember Sanchez, you have taken an oath as an elected official to serve our community. Can you name 5 achievements that you have completed during your time in office? I cannot think of any. Instead, you thrive on chaos, dysfunction, negativity, and you take joy in inflicting pain onto others. You and some of your colleagues are running the city to the ground, and I am not having it. First Ward residents, you have an opportunity to vote Councilmember Sanchez out. Please vote on June 2nd and let your voice be heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ron Alvarado, and I am running for San Bernardino Council, Ward 1. As a lifelong San Bernardino resident, I am deeply invested in our community's future. I am a devoted husband, a father to a daughter enrolled in a local elementary school, which fuels my passion for ensuring that our children grow up in a thriving environment. I am very active in my community and serve in many different capacities, many on the city commissions, such as board member on the Omnitrans Transfer Rider Advisory Council. My background as a fraud investigator for the county, along with nearly 6 years of experience and membership with Teamsters Local 1932, has equipped me with a strong understanding of municipal operations. With a Master of Public Administration focused on financial management and a Master of Science in Information Systems Technology, I am prepared to take the challenges ahead. When elected, I will prioritize fiscal accountability through rigorous audits and transparent budgeting. I aim to bring tangible improvements to our neighborhoods, including enhanced lighting, road paving, addressing homelessness with compassion, and blight removal. We must ensure community workforce agreements, PLAs, CBAs are enacted, and not just enacted, but that they are enacted in good faith with actual enforcement mechanisms. We have to bring our partners are the unions and the workforce and the working families to the table. Together, we can build a Ward 1 that reflects our community's values. I am Ron Alvarado. I am running for San Bernardino City Council Ward 1, and I'm looking forward to your vote on June 2nd. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Yes, my name is James Smith. I'm a lifetime resident here of the city of San Bernardino and the chairman of the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission. Also a past state president of the Native Sons of the Golden West, and also a proud member, longtime member of the Rotary Club of San Bernardino. And I'm very pleased to say that we had an excellent program last Tuesday at our Rotary meeting. Our guests were Luis Ojeda, who is with the We Are the Change Foundation. You saw the presentation tonight. That's a tremendous thing happening in the city of San Bernardino. Some very positive things are happening now for the city of San Bernardino. Also, the council person was part of the program, was very well attended and well received. The Rotary Club of San Bernardino is the oldest Rotary Club in the city of San Bernardino, and I'm a proud member of that organization, and we were proud to have them as our program last Tuesday. Also, I wanted to give a big shout out to the city manager. He's doing a tremendous job, and I'll be meeting with him next Thursday morning to talk about some other positive things we can do for the city of San Bernardino. I was fortunate enough to sit next to Alfonso Arias tonight with Burtec. That's another very positive thing happening in the city of San Bernardino. I live in the Valencia Mobile Home Park, which is in the city of San Bernardino, and they will be picking up my trash tomorrow, and I look forward to working with them and the leadership here in the city of San Bernardino. I strongly encourage you to support some of the non-incumbents for city council come June. I think you know who the incumbents are right now that are running for re-election, and I'm not supporting their re-election. I hope the city of San Bernardino is fortunate enough knowledgeable enough to make sure that our mayor's re-elected and that we have some new council people on the dais. I wanted to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Council, Mayor Tran, and our community. I wasn't going to speak tonight, and I mean, I sat through the long rental conversation, and I'm still a little confused about what we are doing, and I'm sure many of us are. When we have so many things going on in this city right now, and I live in Ward 4, so Councilmember Charette, I can tell you for a fact that right now, whether or not we have rentals or not is not the emergency. In February of 2023, Mayor Tran declared a state of emergency regarding homelessness. A state of emergency. I want to read what emergency means. A serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. I want you guys to think about that word, immediate action. This is February of 2026. 3 years later, and our unhoused are still unhoused or unsheltered. Nothing has changed. Actually, the numbers have increased. The numbers have increased. A state of emergency means we are going to do something immediately to address a problem. That hasn't happened. Someone on that dais has to think about why you decided to run and sit in that seat. And Mayor Tran, I'm going to speak to you directly because I'm running for mayor. And I believe that you speak to your enemies. No, I'm sorry, because you're not my enemy. I apologize for saying that. But you speak to your opponents directly. I want you to think about why you ran, because I think it's gotten lost. And that happens when you have a culture of corruption, or you have a culture of infighting. Sometimes you can get lost in that and forget why you are sitting in that seat. We need you to be the mayor that you ran on. Don't talk to people about how much money you have in your war chest to beat me or anyone else, because I want you to beat me on your merit. I want you to have a plan for this city, because I have a plan. I want you to sit down and think about why you are running again. Because if you're just running to say you are the mayor or for photo ops, that's not what this city needs. This city needs a mayor who is ready to lead, and that's why I'm running. My name is Amy Malone, and I'm running for mayor of San Bernardino.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Sí, mi nombre es Alberto Hernández.
Soy líder de la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. Soy la voz de la comunidad que no viene porque ustedes no les avisan. Tengo 40 años viviendo aquí y me preocupa el contrato que tienen con la compañía de cámaras de vigilancia FLAC. Y estas cámaras las utilizan para obtener información mía y de la comunidad, como nuestra ubicación, datos vehiculares, fotografías de nuestras. Exigimos transparencia en los presupuestos, denuncios los secuestros de ICE. Pido que este concilio ponga atención a nuestras necesidades mediante las finanzas generales. Tenemos el derecho de tener una comunidad más segura, fuera de vigilancia que solo nos estresa. En lugar de gastar dinero en cámaras FLAC que solo están vigilando, hagan reducciones de contaminación, parques, centros recreativos que ayuden a la comunidad de nuestros trabajadores. Exigimos que no sigan usando nuestros datos con agencias como ICE o policías que en lugar de cuidarnos nos perjudican más. Exigimos que terminen ese contrato con FLAC, que principalmente vende nuestra información. Por favor.
Hi, my name is Alberto Hernandez. I'm a community leader in the San Bernardino Airport community. I'm a voice for my community who cannot come because you don't notify them. I have lived here for 40 years, and I'm concerned about the contract you have with a surveillance camera company, Flock. These cameras are being used to obtain information about me and the community, such as our location, vehicle data, and photographs of us. We demand transparency in the budgets. I denounce the ICE abductions and ask that this council address our needs through general finances. We have the right to a safer community, free from surveillance that only causes us stress. Instead of spending money on flock cameras that are just surveillance, invest in pollution reduction, parks, and community centers that benefit our workers' community. We demand that you stop using our data with agencies like ICE or the police, who instead of protecting us, harm us further. We demand that you terminate your contract with Flock, which is the primary entity selling our information.
Thank you.
Quería agregar
I also wanted to add,
que en lugar de que se esté peleando ahí todo el comité, deberían de ver por todas esas familias que migración está separando. ¿Dónde están todos los niños que están quedando sin padres? Y ustedes no hacen nada. Aquí nomás están peleando por mensadas.
instead of you guys fighting around here for nonsense, you guys should be worrying about all the kids that are at the ICE department without their parents. You should be worrying about important things instead of just fighting here about things that are not really important.
Nuestras calles están llenas de inmigración en lugar de policías. Y la policía a veces hasta les ayuda. ¿Cuál es nuestra transparencia de ustedes hacia nosotros?
The streets are full of ICE, and they don't really help us. The police are helping ICE, and they're not really helping us out. Where is this transparency from you guys? You're not really helping us out.
Corran a ICE de aquí.
Take ICE out of here, please.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
John Schellenberger. Tomorrow, Dr. Ortiz, you will be standing in front of a judge, because you went to the San Bernardino District Attorney's Public Integrity Unit for help after Chief Darren Goodman, Lieutenant Jose Larrea, and the City Council and the City Attorney orchestrated a public attack on you and called you a liar after you filed your claim exposing the illegal access of CLETs that Chief Goodman called you and told you about, he texted and told you about, and met with you and gave you proof of. Not to mention the other members of the public that the chief told before he even met with you. Shame on you, Chief, and shame on you, District Attorney Anderson, or should I call you the new Mike Ramos? San Bernardino, I want you to understand something. The city has put out multiple press releases saying that Treasurer Ortiz is lying about this whole thing. But tomorrow, the DA is having her arraigned because she has recorded proof of the admissions by the Chief of Police and Lieutenant Lorea. She is being charged with eavesdropping using an amplified recording device. How in the world can you be charged with eavesdropping on your own conversation with two law enforcement officers who are providing you with evidence of a crime committed against you? And what amplified device? You mean her cell phone? I mean, community, do you see what they want to do is lie and manipulate the truth and us? Every single resident in our city should be terrified right now by the actions of the city of San Bernardino and the district attorney's office. If they'll do this to an elected official who is well known in our city and county, who can provide evidence of a wrongdoing, what chance do we have of something happening to us? What won't the chief lie about or the DA try to cover up? Okay, why will nobody do the right thing? And I'm calling on our Attorney General, Rob Bonta, to get down here and investigate this. I will be in contact with you. I'm calling on you, City Manager Levitt, to finally place the Chief of Police on administrative leave and properly investigate your employee. The council is corrupt and is compromised, and BB&K has absolutely no ethics. Now, we know how the City of Bell became the City of Bell. Oh, and by the way, I spoke to the FPPC last Thursday. Your interpretation of their rules and theirs are very different.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Mi nombre es Minerva Navarro y he vivido en San Bernardino por más de 20 años, siendo testigo de todas las injusticias que se cometen en perjuicio de nuestra comunidad. Hoy he venido aquí con las comunidades del aeropuerto de San Bernardino a exigir que dejen de utilizar los recursos de nuestra ciudad en cosas que no nos benefician, como la implementación de cámaras en nuestro vecindario, las cuales están siendo utilizadas para atacar a nuestra comunidad inmigrante. Lo que nuestra ciudad necesita son parques, áreas verdes, alumbrado, banquetas, reparación de calles destruidas por los camiones de carga pesada que trabajan para las bodegas y un sinfín de carencias que se podían cubrir con el dinero destinado a la renovación del contrato con FLOC. Exigimos que el ayuntamiento termine este contrato y también queremos transparencia con el uso de recursos para nuestra comunidad.
My name is Minerva Navarro, and I have lived in San Bernardino for over 20 years, witnessing all the injustices committed against our community. Today, I have come here with the San Bernardino airport communities to demand that they stop using our city's resources on things that do not benefit us, such as the installation of cameras in our neighborhood, which are being used to target our immigrant community. What our city needs are park, green spaces, street lights, sidewalks, repairs to the streets damaged by the heavy trucks working for the warehouses, and countless other needs that could be met with the money allocated to renewing the contract with FLOC. We demand that the City Council terminate that contract, and we also want transparency in the use of resources for our community.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Victor Suarez. I would like to play the following to be placed on record.
I got a phone call yesterday, you got a phone call too. And I was just like, what? Are you kidding me? Like, the way they told me, like, you need to sit down. I'm like, what happened? First of all, I thought that one of my members was injured. Oh my God, something happened, right? When he told me, I was like, oh, there's no way. There's no way. Because during that time, clearly, Plumber and I were not in charge. And something happened that, that it was the people that were in charge at that time. And that is not the way we do business. Ever since Plumber and I took over, well, Plumber's not in charge anymore, I am. He said we would, right? And when I heard that, I was like, I'm going to burn down the house right now, because that is not okay. 100%. And I immediately removed the endorsement of Jim Palmer, canceled the forum and all that stuff, because it's not okay. It's not what Plummer and I created. It's not.
Well, that's not what Jim Penman says. Jim Penman has put a whole narrative out there that he withdrew. He withdrew his support, his endorsement, your endorsement from him, because you are being attacked by a hostile, anti-cop candidate who's lying about all of this.
That's not true.
But his statement's out there, and your guys' isn't. He put out a statement. You guys haven't put out a statement.
No, we have not, because I wanted to have a conversation with you. Because we're paying the mistakes of our forefathers, which is the person that was in.
There's more.
So, but in your case, you did something about it, right? You went to the chief and did it because you believed the person that told you. Correct. So you were very active, and we have the outcome of it. But you're correct, right?
Unfortunately.
But in order to have that exposure, right, to find out how bad this is, right, we need people to come forward and see who are the wrongdoers, right? And that's where it's like in your case, right? There was no reason unless you're conducting an investigation. I don't know what that person was doing, why he ran it. If it wasn't conducting a formal investigation, then
It's because I was a candidate for the 3rd ward.
So,
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Mi nombre es Rosario. He vivido por 6 años en la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. Hoy estoy aquí porque me preocupa el contrato que tiene la ciudad de San Bernardino con la compañía de cámaras de vigilancia FLAG. Estas cámaras se utilizan para obtener nuestra información. En lugar de gastar dinero en renovar el contrato con FLAG, necesitamos una buena infraestructura y más espacios verdes en nuestra comunidad. Tenemos la oportunidad de hacer de nuestra comunidad un lugar para vivir, lo que significa estar libres de la vigilancia de la ciudad y del gobierno federal. Por eso, exigimos que el ayuntamiento termine el contrato con FLAG y de usar nuestros datos en nuestra contra y apoye a la comunidad.
My name is Rosario. I live in the San Bernardino Airport community for 6 years. I'm here today because I'm concerned about the city of San Bernardino's contract with the surveillance camera company FLAG. These cameras are being used to collect our information. Instead of spending money renewing the contract with FLAG, we need better infrastructure and more green spaces in our community. We have the opportunity to make our community a better place to live, which means being free from city and federal surveillance. That's why we demand that the City Council terminate the contract with FLAG and stop using our data against us, and instead support the community.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Scott Olson, and I'm a lifetime resident of San Bernardino, and I've spent decades being involved in San Bernardino politics for quite a while. When I say directly involved, first thing I'd like to do is thank all of you on the City Council who voted for me to go back on the Charter Review Committee. It's kind of sad that we have somebody who's supposed to go over the... Is there a problem with the timer?
Yes, I apologize. Can you give me just a moment to set the timer?
Just
okay.
Pause for a second, so Madam City Clerk could reset the timer. You may continue.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all of you that voted for me to be on that committee, because it's long overdue that somebody actually gets on the committee and does something. The first time I was on the committee, I only went for 2 or 3 times. Why? Because they never talked about the charter issues. They didn't even have a copy of the charter. Their number one issue was ranked choice voting, that it should be in the city charter. That's not helping the city. They went years, I hear 7 years. Nothing came out of that committee. In other words, there's no way to help improve the city if you don't have review. I look forward to actually honestly working on what needs to be done. Sandra, thank you very much for listening to me and being there for me. I want to say to everybody, as a second ward resident, Sandra is one of the best city council people I've ever worked with as far as being there for the community and listening to the community. I want to thank her for not getting involved in a lot of the drama and the petty politics, even though she's attacked by it all the time. Now, going back, Fred, congratulations are due for you. I'd like to let you guys all know that Fred was, last Thursday, nominated again to be endorsed by the Republican Central Committee. He's been there for quite a while. He's been endorsed several times. Okay, Fred, you know, I guess if you're a member of the Republican Central Committee, we might actually think you're a Republican. Sometimes it's hard to figure that out. Now, I want to be fair, Fred, since you weren't here the last time, and I realize families first. I'll applaud you for that one. I called you out, and it's been on all sorts of different things online, so you probably have seen it. We all are accountable for what we did or what we do on our jobs, in our home, but also on city council. So I'm going to phrase things a little bit differently. Why, Fred, were you so adamant about getting rid of our city's police department? I want to hear your reason to the public. Why did you get rid of the fire department? And when you explained the fire department, you told everybody there'd be a savings. I've never seen that savings. I can't find anybody who knows anything about it, but I do know everybody pays $150 and more every single year for the parcel tax. And you were a proud fan. Please explain it. And if I'm wrong, Fred, I challenge you right now, correct me. You were one of those who had no problem voting to get rid of city council. You were one of those who had no problem voting to get rid of Wildwood Park for your developer friends. You had no problem supporting getting rid of the elected city attorney. You had no problem getting rid of the elected city clerk. And now we see you want to get rid of the elected mayor. Why, Fred, do you want the right to choose who we should lead us? And why don't you trust the voters?
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Pascual García y vivo en la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino y tengo más de 40 años viviendo aquí y sigo viviendo ahí y le paso a mi compañera para que traduzca en inglés.
Hoy estoy aquí porque me preocupa el contrato que tiene la ciudad de San Bernardino con la campaña de cámaras de vigilancia FLOC. En lugar de gastar $84 millones en estas cámaras, la comunidad necesitamos un centro de empleo, infraestructura, rutas para camiones, reducir la contaminación de aire, más espacios verdes y más espacio para que los niños jueguen. Exigimos que nuestro ayuntamiento termine el contrato y deje de usar nuestros datos en nuestra contra y escuche a la comunidad.
My name is Pascual. Pascual had a problem speaking. That's why the lady helped him speak. I'm with the San Bernardino Airport Communities. I've lived in San Bernardino for over 40 years, and I'm here today because I'm concerned about the contract the city and San Bernardino has with the FLOC surveillance camera campaign. Instead of spending $84,000 on these cameras, the community needs a job center, infrastructure, truck routes, reducing of air pollution, more green spaces, and more spaces for children to play. We demand that our city council terminate the contract, stop using our data against us, and listen to the community.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Shahariar. I'm with the Warehouse Worker Resource Center. We're an organization working with a lot of these folks here in the community. Amazon is the largest private employer in San Bernardino in the Inland Empire in California. They provide the backbone data services to FLOC, the company operating 28 license plate readers here in the city. Amazon provides low-quality, high-turnover employment for its warehouse workers and is the innovator in surveilling its workers. FLOC cameras are a tool that are part of the system of law enforcement surveillance that has been used to track working class people of color here in this city the same way that Amazon tracks its workers. Flock claims they do not share their data with the federal government, with ICE, with the Department of Homeland Security. We have seen that there are many instances of cities here in California that have canceled contracts over the last year because of concerns that data has been able to be leaked or shared with the Department of Homeland Security. We believe that these cameras represent a consistent threat to the safety of local communities from federal agents. Even if there was a strong enforcement of SB 54, the Trust Act, which bans such coordination, which there is not, we see the existence of these machines collecting data that can be used by local and state law enforcement agencies that target Black and brown people whose lawful activities should not be recorded and collected as a matter of practice. The City of San Bernardino has an $84,000 contract with Flock up for renewal. If nothing is done, this contract will renew on March 31st. We are asking you, the City Council, to bring this issue up to discuss any of this contract at your next meeting. You're hearing from San Bernardino residents from across the city as well as advocates who organize people across the city. We ask the city take the safety and privacy of its residents into account and listen to the needs of its people who are impacted by these readers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Melina Enriquez, and today I speak in my capacity as a proud Democrat, a proud young Democrat at that. And don't worry, Theodore Sanchez, it's not about you this time. No, actually, I'm here to call out Sandra Ibarra for supporting a community workforce agreement, and not for being a supporter, but convenient that this only happened after your opponent, Christian Shaughnessy, was endorsed by the IE Labor Council. Christian has stood up for labor for years on picket lines, and Ibarra is insulting the intelligence of the community by only proposing this in election year. Your lack of support before this is noticed. We see it. We see it just as you're painting it. You're doing damage control. We need authentic, pro-workforce family support and leadership in the second ward, not people supporting this literally 5 months before the election. 5 months before the election. And now I do have to say that I hope that this does not affect our working relationship in the future, right? But at the same time, I say, please vote Christian Shaughnessy for Ward 2. Vote for change and vote for someone that is going to show that they care and who has always shown that they care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Arthur Anderson Montejo, and I'm speaking for a few things, but I do want to start with a quote. I like idioms. George Orwell said at one point, people that elect corrupt politicians, imposters, thieves, and traitors are not victims but accomplices. So I'm asking the city to stop electing these thieves, traitors, and imposters. And when I say that, I really mean is we have people that get into office that run on no plans, that come here saying one thing, but when they get there, they pretty much listen to those that contributed to their financial campaigns. They don't listen to the leaders that help get them there, the ones that walk for them. And you know, some of this is inspired bad politicians to run again. We have John Valdivia running again because he's seen an example of bad decision-making and corruption. So he thinks it's right there for him to run again. So what I'm calling for is maybe censoring him again. On December 1st, 2021, some of the members here censored him. I think he needs to understand that his campaign and whatever he's planning to do shouldn't even exist. He should drop out immediately. And you can make a statement to do so. I know I don't agree with many of you there. I actually don't believe any of you should be reelected, but you don't want that man in here. So I definitely heavily suggest, I think the community agrees with me, that you should censor him. I think it's ridiculous that we have people running for city council that have held position before. If you've held position in this city and you're proud of what you've done, have you traveled the city? If you're in Ward 1 running again, and you're driving through those streets, were you not a city council member that was holding position while those streets were the way they are now? Same thing for any other position. You can Google people's names, Benito Barrios. Google his name. He's somebody who claims to be a Democrat, but is pretty much censored by the Democratic local party. He sold a weapon sitting where you are right now. If you have someone like that, should he not be censored as well? Use your political power as it is and censor those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ana Solórzano. Ya nos hemos visto. Soy miembro de la comunidad del aeropuerto de San Bernardino. La razón que estoy aquí ya la conocen. No estamos de acuerdo en que se renueve el contrato de las cámaras FLOC. Paren ese contrato. No tengo privacidad. Ese dinero que pagan por las cámaras, que se utilice en necesidades primordiales de San Bernardino, como hospitales, atender ancianos y niños. Ellos están enfermos por tanta contaminación. Ya se los he dicho muchas veces. Hagan los parques con árboles para filtrar esa contaminación. Eso es lo que necesitamos. Árboles, no bodegas, ni cámaras. Necesitamos áreas verdes, centros de capacitación para ser jóvenes de bien. Necesitamos calles arregladas, letreros, o sea, signs para las escuelas, para el cruce de las calles, banquetas, sacar de nuestra comunidad los troques. Es un peligro para nuestra comunidad. Y también saquen esas cámaras de San Bernardino. ¿Te das cuenta que también te tienen vigilado? Después van a sacar a la luz tu privacidad. Ya ves. ¿Ok? Entonces, escucha, no quieren que se renten casas, o sea, estaba oyendo ese comentario, no quieren que se renten casas para paris y eso, pero sí están haciendo muchas bodegas para rentarlas, o sea, es ilógico. Hay mucha bodega sola, ¿para qué hacer más? Eso es lo que les estamos pidiendo. No permitan que se construyan más bodegas. Muchas gracias.
Hello, good night. My name is Ana Solorzano. I'm a member of the airport community. The reason I'm here, you already know about it. We are all here because of the contract of the flock cameras. Please stop that contract. We don't have any privacy. That contract money should be spent on money of the main needs of the San Bernardino community, like hospitals for the children and the elderly that are sick because of the polluted air. We need green areas, we need trees for the air to be filtered out. We need training centers for the youth. We need the streets to be fixed, we need good signage, we need sidewalks to be fixed, we need our community free from all that pollution. We also need all the trailers and semis out of here for there to be taken out from the community. And please realize that with the flock cameras, we are being watched. And then all that information is gonna be out for everybody to see. Now you guys were talking about earlier about not wanting to rent out Airbnbs and houses in short term, but you allowed lots of places to build for warehouses. Now, there are lots of warehouses around here and they're not being rented. That is the one that are damaging our community. These people are renting out so they could have, they're renting out their houses so they could help out each other because they don't have, because their income doesn't, is not enough for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Mayor and Council, hello, good evening. My name is Miriam Nieto. I am a resident of the seventh Ward, and I am also here today as Just San Bernardino. We are a collective of 8 nonprofit organizations, one of them being Warehouse Workers Resource Center. Today I'm here to speak on the workforce agreement, and I believe that the workforce agreement is a good building block that, if done correctly, it will support many facets of the work that we have been pushing as community, and looking forward to this as well. This could really support local hire that will also support a community that can live, work, and play in the same city, effective pathways into high-paying jobs, and most importantly, this will bring forth collaboration across union, city, and developers to support a foundation for more to come under a community benefits agreement that can then move forward with any incoming developers that enter the city and want to do work with our community. So I just want to reiterate, I believe that this is a good foundation for us to start with, and we should continue to discuss how it can benefit the community overall with the community benefits agreement moving forward. Lastly, I also want to say that as a resident of the city, I do not support for my taxes to go towards any contract that will further aid ICE in terrorizing our communities. Any flock contract that the city is trying to move forward with needs to stop, and we need to reassess how our money can better be used to fund more proactive ways to improve the security of our community. We need to get the flock cameras out of our city and make sure that they don't come back, and make sure that we don't support ICE, because then what are we going to be telling our children that our values are based on? They don't serve our values, and we need to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Heber, and I'm here to talk about a hotly debated topic. It's concerning that cities across the nation have been employing the use of automatic license plate readers all over the nation. I don't know why we're doing this. We've already seen that they don't help. San Marino already did this, by the way, and the only thing they saw for their troubles was a 5% increase in crime rate. Flock might say that that it helps, right? But it doesn't. We've seen it doesn't help. Even already here in San Bernardino, I don't think the flock cameras make me feel safe. I have to look over my shoulder. I have to be racially profiled. We already know SBPD shoots first and asks questions later. So if we want to make sure that we want to change how this works, right? We want to make sure that we're having a force that doesn't try to deal with all these things, right? And part of that is making sure our money goes to things that helps the community, not things that try to make us be complacent and try to make us scared, because that's all it's really doing, right? That money is better used for resources that are in the community. So we cannot have this flock farce be here. I mean, we're already seeing members of the community being dragged out. We already been seeing people like Martin Ranson get dragged out on the highway for no apparent reason at all. So why are we continuing the attack on our citizens? Please consider that, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Lydia Savala. 40 years ago, I was born and raised in San Bernardino, attended schools here. 40 years ago, I moved to Orange County to pursue my professional career. And for 25 years there, I lived in various cities, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, Santa Ana. And quite honestly, my first 8 years in Huntington Beach were 8 of the worst years of my life, because it was made quite clear to me that I was not welcomed. So when I retired, I returned to San Bernardino, and I love living here. I love my neighbors. I love my community. I'm surrounded by neighbors that I could never have met in Orange County. And while I was in Orange County, I formed a nonprofit, poochmatch.com, and continue to rescue, rehabilitate animals, over 5,000 since 2006, all documented, hard copies of adoption contracts with spay-neuter contracts, and I also have this all on an Excel spreadsheet, so I have solid proof of my accomplishments. That being said, there's another person in Rialto, Mike Cross, Ward 4, who similarly does rescue, rehabilitation, and rehoming. We are not subsidized, and we spend a good portion of our retirement pension and our Social Security to spare animals the destiny of the city shelter. Today, I was visited by community outreach and mental health support team to validate I am not a hoarder. After living here 17 years, I find the timing of this allegation rather uncanny. The allegation was also made about Mike Cross, a resident of Rialto, by Sharon Negretti, a retired sheriff deputy, Ward 4, who engaged in a relentless barrage via text at all hours of the night with rude, condescending, offensive, inflammatory, and untrue allegations. Mike Cross was left with no alternative but to file a restraining order on November 14, 2005, and Judge Damian Garcia subsequently granted that restraining order, case number EAPVA 2500108. I attended multiple meetings as a witness for Mike Cross, much to the contempt of Ms. Negretti, and it appears I am now her next target. Ms. Negretti's focus is to seek revenge on those who she feels betrayed her. I wish to make it clear that Ms. Negretti is wasting municipal resources by making false allegations against those of us dedicated to the rescue, rehabilitation, and rehoming of animals that would otherwise end up at our already crowded shelter. I would like to think that I may continue to do the research I do, data mining, data analysis, and the presentation of facts without fear of retribution and harassment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Betsaida, and I will be reading a comment on behalf of a community member who couldn't be here with us today. Hola, mi nombre es María, soy del Centro de Recursos para Trabajadores de Bodega de San Bernardino. Nuestras comunidades del Inland Empire estamos afectadas por las redadas de ICE, el Departamento de Seguridad Nacional. No es justo que colaboren con empresas como Amazon para tomar nuestra información y con el fin de identificar a cierta comunidad en específico, y toman información a través de la tecnología vigilancia policial como los lectores de matrícula de FLOC. Estas agencias utilizan la tecnología para atacarnos. Esas redadas me afectan porque hay miedo en la comunidad y la mayoría no sale a consumir y hacer sus compras regulares. El aumento de los productos y falta de trabajo es una cadena. Por lo tanto, exijo que el Consejo no renueve su contrato con FLOC. Exigimos que nuestra información no se utilice para vigilarnos y secuestrarnos, y exijo seguridad pública, que ese dinero sea invertido en nuestra comunidad para mejorar nuestra vida. Se invierta en alumbrado público, mejores calles y carreteras, en escuelas y salud pública.
Hi, my name is Maria. I'm from the Workers Resource Center from the warehouses in San Bernardino. Our communities from the Inland Empire are being affected by the ICE raids from the Department of National Security. It's not fair from these companies to be working with Amazon to take our information and to identify the community specifically and take information with technology from the police and with the cameras from FLOC. These agencies are using the technology to attack us. These ICE raids are affecting me and the whole community, and we are being scared. And most of us are not going outside to go shopping. And all the products are being pricey and lack of work. It's a chain. So I demand to the council to please not renew the contract with FLOC. We demand that our information not to be used watching us and kidnapping us, and I demand public security so that money to be used for our community to make the best for our lives and to be used for better public safety, for the streets to, on the roads to be better, the schools, and for public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name.
Joe Salas, Fourth Ward. On a real serious human note, Mr. Shred, I do want to say that my apologies for not calling you. I was going to try to reach out to you. On a very serious note, I was going to try to say hopefully your wife was okay in her accident a couple weeks ago. I always say for anyone doing this business, families first, and I think for all of us. So you are always here. I will give that to you, and the good and bad, the lumps and the. But on a more serious note, to quote again Mr. Ronald Reagan, one of the great presidents, there you go again. Mr. Sanchez, you just can't seem to help yourself. And when I say that, you probably got some homies around you, some political consultants, and when you speak, you should ask them what the ramifications are, what you're going to say, because you just keep on grading all kinds of things that help us understand you as a person. And that was how you framed the 143 people who showed up here a couple Monday nights ago for that special meeting as bullies, or that you were bullied. Now, people practicing their First Amendment rights are bullies? Since when, dude? I mean, if you consider yourself a patriot, that's people just exercising their democracy, dude, and their right to speak. You seem to have a very selective listening skill when you didn't say the members that you went to go speak over with the Rancho City Cucamonga Council, which is fine. You don't want to divulge their names. But did you also know that they have an at-large mayor? You seem to pick and choose what you bring back to this community. So why don't you listen to all your colleagues in this great county, San Bernardino? And then also, in the idea of being a bully, at the first trash cleanup, when we were all down here, and when all the council members used to come, sponsored by DNA, you took a hat off a veteran in this community. And Mr. Charette kind of looked at you and goes, what, dude? He kind of looked at you and goes, what are you doing? And that's how you treat people? That's how you treat yourself in public when you're around other people? I just don't understand, man, where you get that from. Because in areas of psychology, they say, if you see it, that means you got it. So you are the bully. Anyways, on a more serious note, Sandra Barra, thank you for item 20. Would the brothers in the building trades please stand up? Thank you very much, Councilwoman Ibarra, for bringing this event, this item 20 for future discussion. We will be the third institution in San Bernardino if we pass a project labor agreement. San Bernardino Valley College renewed theirs last year. San Bernardino Unified School District passed theirs first last year. And look at those institutions. They are thriving. Look at their facilities. These are the men who can build the future of San Bernardino, and the future residents can get their job training and become journeymen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Tanya. I'm with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice, and I just want to start off by saying, I've seen y'all look tired, hungry. Imagine how tired and hungry we are. A lot of folks coming from work to be here to low-key waste their time for almost about 2 hours talking about rentals. For y'all to just be fighting amongst each other, that's so embarrassing, to be honest. I'm also going to start off real quick. Sanchez, no one has to tell me to come and bully you, which to me is come and tell you to do your job. No one told me to come last Monday. I do that out of my own free will, to be honest. But I won't bully you today, don't worry. I'm here with the San Bernardino Airport communities as well, like everyone else. I am demanding that you all end your contract with the Flock Surveillance camera company. These surveillance cameras are not here to keep our community safe. They're here to damage us even more. They sell our information to government agencies that damage our community. The police does not keep us safe. ICE does not keep us safe. To be honest, la policía y la migra son la misma porquería. So you having contracts with this company says a lot about you. Do the right thing. Invest your money in something that's truly going to benefit the community, that's truly going to benefit the constituents that you're supposed to represent. They are here constantly telling you their needs, what they need. Infrastructure, you recognize the engineer today about infrastructure improvements, but when you talk to the majority of your constituents here in San Bernardino, they will tell you that their streets are horrible because of the semi-trucks. Go drive past 5th Street. Try to go the speed limit. You can't drive the speed limit on 5th Street because then you'll pop your tire. So stop wasting the taxpayer money in a company that's just gonna harm your community, in a company that's gonna aid the murder and kidnapping of our people. End your contract with Flock. Get the Flock out of SB.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Carmen González y soy residente de la ciudad de San Bernardino.
Good night. I'm Carmen González, and I'm a resident of the San Bernardino community.
Y estoy aquí para exigir que esas cámaras se larguen de aquí. Nada tienen que hacer aquí perjudicando a nuestras comunidades inmigrantes.
And I'm here to demand for the flock cameras to get out of here. They have nothing to do here, and they should just be gone.
Ustedes, ayuntamiento, ustedes corten todo contrato. Ustedes no perjudiquen a la comunidad. Ustedes velen por la comunidad, pero ustedes son tan inertes. Los miro tan parcos ahí a frente.
And you, the city council, I'm just looking at you, and you don't do anything. I just look at you, and you don't do anything.
Yo pago impuestos y no quiero que mis impuestos vayan a algo malo para mi comunidad. Ustedes pueden hacer un cambio. Ustedes cambien San Bernardino.
I pay my taxes, and I believe that you could do something about it, but there could be a change. Do something about it.
Pongan áreas verdes. Estamos atascados de bodegas, atascados de la contaminación y ustedes siguiendo dando entrada a todo lo malo.
Please place some green areas. We're full of warehouses. There's just so many warehouses. We need some green areas.
Cada vez se ve peor la ciudad de San Bernardino. Las calles que antes tenían una luz ahora parece una boca de lobo, todo oscuro.
The streets look, every time they look worse. Before they look like the mouth of a wolf. They're black, neat black, and they look somewhat better before, but now they're worse.
Toneladas de basura por donde quiera, pero bueno, esperemos que cambie y pedimos no más esas cámaras aquí en San Bernardino, sáquenlas, que se larguen de aquí.
Tons of trash everywhere, and we demand the flock contract to end and get out of San Bernardino.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker, please state your name. Turn on the mic. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name's Albert Wardy, and I'm the Business Manager, Executive Director of the Riverside San Bernardino Building Trades. We're here today to speak about the consideration that you put, and thank you, Councilwoman Navarra, for pushing it through. We know you guys are going through a lot. We can see that. My job is to make sure that I work with the 14 trades that are with us, over 20,000 people that are working here right now. But part of that job is to add our curriculum into schools, to make sure that people are getting hired and making sure that people are working here, right? Because a lot of our workers are stuck on the freeway coming home from LA. Now, project labor agreements are new to the Inland Empire, right? But we're all a piece of each other. Living here in the city and, our neighbors. So, I'm an advocate for our trades. It's important that we reach out to the community, that we hire within the community, that we go into the high schools, that we go into the community colleges, of which we have our curriculum in. But we're excited. We're excited for just you considering it, bringing it forward, and hopefully passing it sometime soon. So thank you for the time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'll keep it brief because it seems like I'm, the last public comment today. My name's Caleb Reagan. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Inland Empire Labor Council. We represent over 96 unions and over 400,000 working families across the Inland Empire. And we stand with the Building Trades Council in strong support of this council's potential consideration of a community workforce agreement. So thank you, Councilwoman Ibarra, for bringing this forward, and to the rest of the council for hopefully considering this in the future. This is a powerful move, and it can mean so much for our community. As you know, the Just San Bernardino Collaborative and the San Bernardino community as a whole has long been advocating for community benefits agreements that would ensure future development in our city brings with it good union jobs, robust environmental protections, and affordable housing opportunities. A strong community workforce agreement is what this council needs to jumpstart this process. A CWA will bring with it enforceable local hiring standards, ensuring that our neighbors, our friends, and our families are the ones that benefit from the jobs this agreement will provide. We have skilled workers right here in our community who are eager for opportunities, and this agreement makes sure those opportunities stay local, keeping wages in San Bernardino and directly supporting our local economy. An effective CWA includes clear pathways for meaningful, high-paying careers for our youth through the inclusion of certified pre-apprenticeship programs and through the Building Trades MC3 program. These pathways lead to stable, high-wage careers with benefits and job security, not just temporary work. This agreement can help us ensure that San Bernardino residents that have historically been shut out of these opportunities can build lasting economic security while helping rebuild our city. These agreements establish an essential framework for cooperation among all parties involved in future development, and they ensure that construction projects run smoothly and efficiently. We've actually been working with the UC Labor Center, UC Riverside Labor Center, to study local community workforce agreements here in the Inland Empire and also statewide. And this report has found that there is no correlation between, non-union or union projects, right? When it comes to cost and when it comes to time efficiency, right? So this result is that there's a higher quality work done on these projects with fewer disruptions and the creation of infrastructure that reflects the community needs. Thank you for considering this item, and looking forward to working with you guys in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Christian Flores, community organizer with ICUC and a part of the Just San Bernardino Collaborative, here in support of multiple community partners and community members, both in opposition to the renewed contract for the flock license plate readers, as well as celebrating the community workforce agreement. Because as people who live in such a complex and difficult community, we can hold space to both be frustrated and outraged by certain issues in the community and still have the space to celebrate and have pride for beneficial projects that are moving forward in the city. I know, for one, as a community member, I did not sign up to be a part of a surveillance state in the way that things are moving, because that's your guys' decision as representatives of the community to balance out and find what's most beneficial and will help our community. There are so many suggestions that have been made by community members in terms of green spaces, community programs. I know even in the last year, people have attacked the public library, not knowing how community public libraries are funded and how underfunded our city's public library system has been for decades. So just trying to be empathetic and understand that, at least from the side that we're coming from, the risk of ripping apart families for the sake of continuing such an agreement or contract is too great for us. And that's not a call that we're willing to make. So thank you for your time, and thank you so much for moving forward with the community workforce agreement. We have so much hope for what that will do to push forward the needs of community in dialogue relating to development for the city's future moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now 9 p.m., and in accordance with Resolution 2024-029, if we wish to extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m., we must take a vote and decide which items will be continued to the next meeting. Council, can we have a discussion as to which items will be continued to the regular next meeting, or do we have a motion to keep going? Councilmember Ortiz?
I'd like to make a motion to continue, but I'd like us to be able to take a break for like 5 minutes, if that'd be okay.
There's a request for to continuation of the meeting and a 5-minute break right now. Is there a second for that?
A recess for 5 minutes and then return to complete the agenda items?
Okay.
Second.
Yes. Okay, great. Any other comments?
I'll second that motion.
So we'll continue to complete the rest of the agenda, but we're going to take a 5-minute recess right now. I will return at 9:05.
Okay.
Thank you. Council, are we ready to continue our meeting? Let's return to the dais and continue the meeting, Council. Thank you. All right, we will now move, is that all the public comments, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, that concludes the public comments, and we did receive written comments that have been provided to the mayor and council and will be part of the agenda backup.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Clerk. We are now going to move on to consent calendar, items 8 to 16. Mr. City Manager, is there any polls?
Number 14, Madam Mayor, and number 8. Number 8 and number 14.
Will these two items come back to the next regular council meeting, or is pulled?
Number 14 will come back to the next meeting, and same with number 8.
Okay, thank you. So the number 8 and number 14 pulled by the city manager and will come back at the next regular council meeting, first meeting in March. Councilmember Ibarra, are there any polls?
No.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem? No. Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez?
No polls.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
I have a quick question on 15.
15. Councilmember Figueroa?
None.
None. Thank you. Councilmember Flores?
Nine.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette? Thank you. There's a motion to move the
Second.
balance. There's a second. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, Council. Councilmember Ortiz, item 15.
Yes, I just had a quick question because we had that public comment about the people that lived on the 19th Street. Is this in conjunction to where they're at? Oh, okay.
Yes, it is.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So then I just
And we have I think the Public Works Director communicated that to the resident
Yes.
also.
So you told them?
And my apologies for if I was loud in our conversation, but yes, we had a good conversation, and he's just very frustrated with the situation that he has out there. This will solve his problem.
Yeah, no. I think that's, I know when people see like, well, why are you guys talking about certain things? And then to have actually someone have a problem addressed, that's on the agenda for them. That was great. So thank you for that. Move to approve item 15.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. Moving on to discussion items. Number 17, Levy Block Year 1 update. Can we begin with staff's presentation? I'm sorry. Let's backtrack a little bit. Councilmember Flores pulled number 9? Okay. Councilmember Flores?
No,
you have a
thank you,
question?
thank you, Mayor. No, it's just a quick question from a member of the public, someone from my district. Would staff be able to explain what the amendment entails, and also what is the association with Family Service Association in Redlands?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Flores. So Family Service Association of Redlands provides rapid rehousing for the city of San Bernardino, and we're extending their contract until the end of this year, December 31st, 2026, giving them time to fully expend the funds and provide the services. There was a slight delay. So we're extending their contract for family services until the end of this year. In regards to the Salvation Army, they are being allotted 74,000. The Salvation Army is being, the Salvation Army already had ESG funds, but they are being extended a total of Where's the amount? Sorry. $74,276.38 to continue providing homeless shelter and homeless prevention services to our residents. And also, we're extending their contract until the end of this year, December 31st, 2026, giving them additional time to expend these funds. And one of the reasons why we're providing these additional funds to the Salvation Army is because there was unspent ESG funds over the course of fiscal year 23-24, 23-24, 24-25. And the Salvation Army has already proven that they are doing a great job in terms of providing these type of services, homeless-related activities and services to the residents of San Bernardino. So that's why we're extending them this ESG, which has a funding deadline requirement. And so we're trying to meet that to stay in compliance with HUD.
Thank you very much. I move to approve.
Thank you for the motion second, but just to clarify, so there isn't a cost increase to the amendment, it's just to allocate unspent funds to an organization to help assist with the efforts?
Correct.
Correct, okay, and then the only thing that changed the amendment was the extension of the timeline?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Motion and second, please call for the votes.
I'm sorry, I didn't get who the second was.
Second.
It was me. Okay, motion by Flores, second by Councilmember Ibarra. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. Now we move on to discussion items, number 17, Love Your Block Year 1 Update.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am happy to bring you a very happy item to report back to the city on the Love Your Block program. I serve as the city lead for this program. I have with me Nancy Ruedas, who is a fellow. She couldn't be with us tonight, but Shanae Sampson is also a fellow of ours. Just recently, you accepted additional grant funding to make her a full-time staff member. She officially started in her new capacity on Tuesday, so we're very excited. Thank you again for that. So on our opening slide here, this is a presentation we made to Bloomberg and Johns Hopkins to report back on year 1. The Love Your Block logo on the right is actually part of one of our murals that was completed as part of the project, so we wanted to highlight that. So in year 1, we were able to fully fund 11 projects to completion. We were able to take in over $24,000 in donations towards the program. So from other businesses to cover food, items that were needed, along with the allocation from the city manager's office to help us get those projects fully funded. As part of the project, we engaged over 400 volunteers and residents in these projects. We were able to exceed 480 hours in volunteer hours actually worked on these projects. We were able to install 41 new features that included murals, artwork installations, signs, trees, landscaping. So all throughout these projects, 41 new items in the city. We were able to clear almost 25,000 pounds of trash through cleanups in this program. And also almost 7,000 square yards of grounds cleared. Throughout the program, it has been so impactful to engage with our residents and to learn a little bit more about what that interaction is like through this program. So through the resident voice, we heard back that there was strong commitment to healing, strengthening, and uplifting their blocks. And it brought each of those communities closer together, being able to work on these different projects. Some lessons learned for staff. Like I said, the internal communication with different departments, but also external communication with applicants and working with the city. We were able to help educate residents on the different processes through the city to help them navigate those and make it easier to work through those processes for their projects. So we are excited to announce that we are now headed into year 2. The focus of year 2 on Love Your Block is Route 66. So applications opened on February 14th. We are taking applications until March 31st, so residents have 6 weeks to complete an application and submit that. We will be announcing the awards on April 22nd on Earth Day or just thereafter in conjunction with that. And projects are to be completed by August 31st. So just like year one, it is a quick turnaround, but it's high impact on these projects. Our focus area for this is along Route 66, so on Mount Vernon between Highland and 5th, and then from Medical Center to the freeway. We will take applications for that specific area, but we will also consider projects outside of that bubble, depending on the theme integration of Route 66. So we are taking all applications. We will work with residents to get their applications through. We have TA hours like we did in year one, where they can schedule time with staff through the website. We will also be hosting community park hours through the month of March. So at La Plaza Park, we will be available on some Saturdays. We'll be announcing those dates here shortly, but we'll be available to the public. If they wanted to come, ask questions, we can walk them through, help them with their applications, gathering their documents, and just working through their projects to troubleshoot anything that's necessary. So, anyone is able to scan the QR code. It'll take them directly to the website, but the website is sbcity.org/loveyourblock. All of the application information is on there. Some information from last year to check out all the completed projects, which are exciting, and we have featured those on our social media. But again, staff is ready and able to help all the applicants work through their projects, and we are very much looking forward to year two and the theme of Route 66 for Love Your Block.
Thank you for that. Any comments from the council? No? Yes, Councilmember Ortiz.
I'm so happy. This is so great. You guys did such an amazing job. It was so great. I know the mayor and Councilman Flores and Councilmember, I think almost everybody. I'm pretty sure we all at some point were at one of the two project completions, and it is truly fantastic. And to use local artists and watch that pride just kind of spread through, and now being able to have this opportunity at Route 66 is just a great, I think, testament to the hard work of staff and your collaboration with community. And so just thank you for all that you guys are doing. Keep up the great work. I'm so excited to have the fellows, really be with us, because this is the good stuff. And so it's long lasting and fulfilling. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Figueroa, did you have any comments? No? Yes, I agree. I mean, to be one of 16 cities in the nation to receive this grant and to have resident drive the projects with love and pride, it was amazing to see the transformation throughout the city. So thank you, council, for supporting this effort, and staff for pouring in to make sure this effort does come to fruition with the residents and the business folks in the community. So thank you so much. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, I just want to say thank you to the staff, especially when you're centralizing this around Route 66. This is a 100-year anniversary for Route 66, and I know for years I know on my end, I've been discussing with the different city managers we've had, and we got to do something for Route 66. We cannot be left behind. We are one of the original stops on that route. I mean, we have the map in downtown. So thank you. And yeah, I look forward to the projects coming up for this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. A question, though, for the Route 66, any opportunity for staff to meet the folks at the site or somewhere off of Mount Vernon, or maybe an area where the community can meet city staff to talk about this opportunity? Is that something that we could look at doing, so then we're on site to them if they're not able to come to City Hall? I mean, it's just something, a suggestion. If we could.
Absolutely, and part of doing the community park hours is centralized to the Mount Vernon area along that route. So not only will we have about 3 dates on Saturdays in March that staff will be there, we're also willing to schedule time with potential applicants to go to their site, walk it with them, talk through the project, and troubleshoot anything that's needed. So as long as we can work to schedule that with the applicant, we're happy to get out there. and meet with them on site.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Of course. And I'd like to just absolutely shout out to the staff on here. Nancy and Shanae have been amazing, so I just wanted to recognize them for the work that they have done. I know a lot of people in the community through the projects know exactly who they are, know who to call, and they've been amazing to work with and have on here, so thank you.
Yes, couldn't agree with that more. Thank you so much, staff. Any further comments from council? This is just an update, so we can continue the great work and look forward to the round 2. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to next item, item 18, adoption of policy establishing a 2-step authorization and approval process for new and renewal leases of city-owned property. Could we begin with staff's presentation?
Hello, Madam Mayor and esteemed council. My name is Michael Yarbrough. I am a real property manager with the city, one of 2. I'm here to present the resolution number 2026-014, which is approving a standardization of policy for city-owned leases, new and renewal of leases that mandate city council authorization before negotiations begin and for final approval before execution of those leases. The city has several leases pertaining to business, such as the Regal Theater, California Theater. We own those properties. We also have some wireless and cell phone tower leases throughout the city, and we wanted to, with the city manager's direction, have these leases be approved by the council before negotiations begin, and also before final approval thereof. So that's why I'm here today to ask for this matter to be approved, to go forward.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, I know in the staff report that there is mentioned this 6-month grace period to go past the termination, or rather the expiration of the lease agreement. I think that we need to work towards making sure that we're projecting out. So at any given time, right now, there can't be more than half a dozen, definitely not more than half a dozen leases that are set to expire within the next 12 months. So you guys can start working on presenting those to council or working on a new agreement. So I would not want the council to build in, not sorry, for staff to build in that 6-month grace period. We need to start working proactively to see if those lease agreements should be renewed and if they are to the benefit of the city and the residents. Okay. So I would strike that from the proposal. Otherwise, I'd like to, are you amenable to that, council member? To the 6 months, to ensuring that we don't allow for the 6-month grace period and instead work towards proactively either putting out those to bid or coming to council for an extension. So are you fine with that?
If staff's okay with it. Yeah.
Are you guys fine with that?
Fine.
So if we can add that clause to the proposal, I'll second.
Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you. Councilmember Bauer, you're good with the added? Okay, thank you. There's a motion second. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yeah, I saw this and it was like a huge big red flag. The way, and then I immediately sent it to my procurement class because this looks like a very easy way to politicize lease agreements and put it from a policy perspective into the hands of elected officials to first negotiate amongst themselves independently with those who may or may not hold these leases and potential bidders. Where right now, there's a neutrality in that it is in-house with you guys. You set where you need to be in accordance with the lease agreements, and only after the procurement process and the RFP process has gone through, then we are brought in to evaluate yes or no. And so when I look at best practices and I look at the politicalness of a procurement system, I see this as not even being a good idea. And so I would like to make a substitute motion that we do not, if we do not move forward with this, if you have internal mechanisms and processes that need to be fixed so that you can streamline and better be in accordance of how you guys are adhering to leases, renewing leases, and making sure it's cohesive apolitically, I think we need to do that. Otherwise, that, I think we're just kicking the door wide open for people to be like, hey, well, council member, I need X, Y, and Z, and here's a political donation, and why won't you, and why couldn't you? And then interfere with a bidding process that has always just been an open and honest bidding process. Rarely do we ever get challenged because it's not political. So that would be my motion. I feel like we're opening Pandora's box right now, and I'd rather see you move forward internally and meet with your team on how to streamline your processes for your procurement standards. So that's my substitute.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. City Manager, did you want to respond to that?
So the big issue is, well, a couple things on that is one, I'm not sure that that's the way it's gone in the past, because the premise, from what I understand, Councilmember Ortiz is talking about, is that we would automatically bid every lease. I'm not sure that that's traditionally been done here. I know it's not traditionally been done in other cities. Many times renewals come forward and leases just automatically assume they're going to be able to release. So, but you talked about us bidding and going through a bidding process, which means, I guess your assumption is that we would skip the first step and automatically just go for a rebid every time with.
No, even negotiating the releasing, I don't think that should be a political discussion. Because remember, once you take it up here, it's politics. When you're doing what you're doing it at administrative level. That's what I really like, is that barrier between what becomes a political discussion versus how you guys are handling what the lease agreements are, what the extensions look like. When you bring it to us, then we all do the negotiation up front in public. What I'm saying is you are creating an air and an opportunity to do things non-publicly and then pretend like it's going to be a public discussion, in giving us any room to pre-negotiate your negotiations. That doesn't look like a best practice to me. What it looks like is fix it on the inside, because we always have that opportunity, as the council always has, to stop it at the end, no matter what. We don't get ahead of you. And that's, I think, a really best practice, is that the council really, as far as I have ever seen, has never gotten ahead of a procurement. But if you do this, we do. So that's my biggest concern, is where you create a crack, you then create a chasm at some point.
So, yeah, in all the leases I've done in my career, I'm not sure that I've ever seen it done in the way that you're talking about, because every lease is so unique. I mean, I'm trying to think. Well, we're dealing with a lease right now. There's a lease coming up for YMCA. Well, that's a very unique one. So bidding out the YMCA lease, in my opinion, is a difficult one, because we own the land and we lease the land to them. They own the building. They actually built the building. So they own the building on top of the land that we lease. So going out for a straight RFP for that, just using that unique example would be a difficult thing. So under this policy, we'd bring it back. We'd say this is the reason we wouldn't go out to bid, because they actually own the building, we own the land. That's the reason to come forward. In fact, that's one of the first ones that's going to be coming forward, is the YMCA one. So that's a unique one. I've dealt with, sometimes we're leasing, you lease for different reasons. You lease for, sometimes for parks, because you're gonna have an agency doing sort of parks or doing some camps, or sometimes you're leasing because you're trying to get income, or you're trying to bring in a innovative business. I've done that, where I've done a lot of leases. In fact, I showed the deputy city manager some of them when we were at a conference close to another city I was city manager at, where we actually brought in companies. Those were always heavily negotiated, and the council was always involved up front on those, because if they didn't like the idea of what that company was doing, then it would be a waste of time for both the company as well as the staff to be negotiating something, because it is a mix of, I wouldn't call it politics, but it's a mix of policy, where the council wants to go with policy on a lease, and where the staff wants to go as far as getting the best deal within that. I agree with you that it shouldn't be politicized in that people are trying to get special favors. I agree with that. That's not the intent of this policy, though.
And I don't believe it is the intention. I believe it's the outcome. And that's why I want to get ahead of that, because what you're describing is, like, who's qualified to sit up and renegotiate a lease on the DIA side of things? There can be input, there could be something, but what I'm saying is we will then be able to, what stops us from influencing the lease agreement based on alternatives of political alliances? And that's what I'm saying. Put it together, keep it, you're saying that's your job. Keep it in your wheelhouse, because I think the first time that it gets questioned, then then we're going to start opening ourselves up into litigious possibilities, because there's nothing that bars the council from meeting with people who want to bid on they do it all the time. So if then we are the gatekeeper to even bringing you on board, what if we don't like who's coming in to do any of this stuff? We can block it. So there's a cost for possible retaliation, there's a cost for favoritism, where what I've seen of this council in the way that we do it, and it may not be what everybody else has done, but this has always been a very successful council, regardless of who's up here, in that this process has stayed inside City Hall, and that final outcome has always been with us. If you want to show us the RFPs, I think you could definitely fix your RFP process, because they're basically just cookie cutter, and I think you could really do some fine tuning. That's one thing. That could be a workshop on how we want to address RFPs, and in addition to a general plan that doesn't truly exist, which is why we would already agree to specifications of different type of economic opportunities, because we'd have it zoned. To me, and I mean, everybody can do what they want. As someone that teaches this for a living, this is a study guide of what, in my opinion, not to do, because I just don't see it working here. So that's it. But
Thank you, Councilmember. There was a substitute motion by Councilmember Ortiz. Is there a second to that? Okay. Then it goes back to the original motion, and there's a second to that original motion. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
absolutely not.
Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmember Figueroa and Ortiz voting in opposition.
Thank you. Moving on to item, I believe that's all discussion items, right? There's only two?
I'd like to make a motion to put all 19, 20, and 21 together and move.
For future items?
Yes, and a move to approve all
I'll
three.
second.
There's a motion to move 19, 20, and 21, and 22. Councilmember Canas?
So
I mean,
I'm
Mayor
in,
Pro Tem.
it's okay. I'm definitely in favor of all of these. For 21, though, just Councilmember Flores, would you be amenable? You are recommending a specific plan. Just for staff, if you can clarify, specific plans typically are a little bit more involved, but they do kind of dovetail off of existing general plans. Is that correct?
I can answer, or I could, if the community development director is here, he could also. But generally, you're correct that specific plans are a more specific plan within the general plan.
Okay. And then the reason, and it's okay, the reason I say that is because our existing general plan is from 2005. We still have yet to complete our general plan update. We're still working on our downtown specific plan update. So trust me, I support this and I fully respect it. But what I don't want is to move staff into another direction of yet another specific plan when we have yet to even update our general plan, which is what a specific plan should actually dovetail off of. Would you be amenable to And I don't know if you've already identified some specific economic areas of opportunity surrounding Route 66 in your ward. It's a possibility that you might be able to accomplish it. You know, it may not necessitate a specific plan to get where you're going. Is it possible that we can take that, just maybe add in, explore the feasibility of a specific plan, and include this in the overarching discussion of economic development? Because we have gotten back our goals from our strategic plan workshop that we did. One of those buckets is economic development. I think that we really have to start kind of piecing the puzzle pieces together when it comes to that discussion of economic development. One of the things we discussed there is that's a pretty broad term. What does economic development mean? What are we actually going to prioritize and choose to focus on? And I think that's necessary so we're not sending staff on a whole bunch of different directions without actually finally being able to execute and complete something. So I support it. I just wonder if you're amenable to adding explore the feasibility of a specific plan and adding in it to the economic development discussion for our strategic goals.
No, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I am amenable.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, there's a motion. Yes,
And I have some
Councilmember
comments
Figueroa.
as well. And this just triggered a little bit of my memory as well. You know, the council, and this is it's not a commentary on the merits of each of these 4 items that are being proposed, but the council did, a few months ago, we had a strategic goals and objectives workshop, right? And although we do have the results of that, it's my understanding that the city manager will ultimately come back at some future date with more specifics as far as what that looks like, kind of the details of that over the next 3 years, right? And so it's my understanding that the council has committed to to sticking to the merits, I guess, or evaluating any future agenda items so that they align with the strategic goals and objectives, and kind of just evaluate on how they align with that as well. And so, although I'm supportive of this, and I want to continue being supportive of my council members, or of my council member colleagues, we're at a point now where we have, I don't know how many, like 200 and something, I don't know how many requests have been made. And at this point, you know, we're still chewing the food in our mouth and we're taking another bite. All right, we need to focus on what we have here, and I'll support it, but I don't want I don't want this dais to be used for political expediency. Like if it's a great thing and it aligns with our objectives and our strategic goals, then let's go for it. But I'm afraid that sometimes things are brought forward for political expediency, and they really need to be for the benefit and the betterment of the city of San Bernardino. And so I just wanted to say that. Again, I'm not making a commentary on any of these items or the merits. It's just a reminder that we did go through a workshop, and we committed that any future items be aligned with what those objectives and those goals and those visions were as well. And so I just wanted to make that commentary. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa. Excellent comment, because I have same concerns, because I know these are all great things to bring forward. Not to say that there's anything wrong with them, but we have ongoing lists, and I've asked for that list to be presented to the body as far as how many are on that list, and what's the status. And just want to make sure staff is also, like Councilmember Figueroa said, that we are aligning a lot of things that are being forward is aligned with the goals and vision of the council bodies, agreeing to what was discussed not too long ago. So it's just making sure we're staying on path, not going off path, and then we're not getting things completed fully. And so that's just something that please be mindful, and then bring back updates to the council body. Where are we at with things? I do see Councilmember Ibarra have a comment.
Yes, and I'm glad he's still here. Mr. Al Palazzo. He has a vision for that corridor, and he's told me about it several times. I mean, is this maybe a possibility that we can consider him spearheading this idea? Because it is a 100-year anniversary for Route 66, and for years we
can't argue on those.
Councilwoman, this
But-
is in.
No, I know, but he has beautiful ideas of how to revitalize the city, and I know we are missing out on Route 66 a lot. All our neighboring cities have made such improvements to their Route 66 corridors, except for us. And it's a shame. We're one of the original stops. So
Thank you,
that's all my comment.
Councilwoman. Councilmember Ortiz?
Yeah, no, exactly, and I guess should we look to procure some type of outside contractor for anything? We would do an open and honest recruitment. So I'm just saying, like, we're not hiring anybody and no one's being specifically specified for anything. I think we need to be clear. Like, if we do decide, it will be an open competitive process that anybody would be considered equally and equitably for, yes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so there's a motion and a second. Please call for the votes, please. Sorry,
Sure.
just had.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Is the slate is all four? All
This
four
is for all
Yes, this is
four.
all 4 items.
Yes.
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 Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Canas?
Yes.
Councilmember Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, Council. We are now moving to Mayor and City Council updates. Councilmember Ibarra, do you have any announcements or updates to provide?
I attended Muscopiabi Neighborhood Association last week, and it was a beautiful meeting because not only did we recognize a community member that volunteers throughout the Muscopiabi neighborhood, but we also had a developer that was just starting on one of their developments right there off of Little Mountain. And I thank that developer on behalf of the community members because a lot of development that happens in the city does not get introduced into the community until it's almost getting ready to break ground and get built. So the developer got to hear feedback from the people that were there in attendance. I want to say maybe about 20, 30 people were in attendance, and they appreciated that. So kudos to Muscopiabi. They're getting some more homes built in their neighborhood in an area that has been vacant and dry weeds. So it's something nice. It was a nice rendition he provided to us. And of course, like I said, community members were able to give feedback. I also just recently visited the YMCA, and I just found out they had a pool. They have therapy for senior citizens, which I didn't know. And I've been trying to get my mom physically active in the community. I know one of my neighbors spoke about the Jerry Lewis Center a lot. But there's a lot of things that the YMCA is doing in our community that the community doesn't know yet. So thank you, Mr. City Manager, for mentioning their lease, because the times that I've gone to their children's YMCA parade, it just brings out the whole community. And if there's any way we can partner up with them and our senior center next door, even better, because that center really does help the people in that neighborhood specifically. So that's all I want to report today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of our staff, to all of the community. I saw a lot of business support on this stage, not just from the beautification project, but for what Mayor Chan brought as well. And that's just really indicative of people's belief in the city of San Bernardino. It's very heartwarming. I always brag that I am homegrown. I'm a girl from the Dino. It's always really just touching to see how many people still truly believe in the city of San Bernardino, and it showed here on this stage tonight. I want to invite everyone. We do have our ribbon cutting for the Kindle Beautification Project this Saturday. It will be at 10 a.m. We'll be celebrating that momentous occasion. Like I said, it's a small corner that was transformed, but it symbolizes so much more. It really symbolizes a community uniting for good. So that is all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Sanchez?
The library spring book sale is February 28th and March 7th. The book sale starts at 10 a.m. and will run till 4 p.m. at the Feldheim Library. So books, magazines, DVDs, music, most of those prices are going to be $1 or less, and all proceeds go to support programming at all 4 city libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz?
Thank you, Mayor. Sue got to attend the Biomed ribbon cutting at Pacific High School last week, just so awesome. Their pathway towards bringing our kids to the nursing field, medical field was great. I know the mayor and Councilwoman Ibarra were there as well. Got to support Councilmember Flores over in the 6th Ward with the WellBe Health, the senior center that's just launched. And I know they've done a little soft things, but it's been so wonderful to just see the community being able to have more resources and assets. Our Lunar New Year is kicking off this Saturday. I know Mayor Tran will get into full detail on that, but I'll make sure that we post a flyer on my Facebook and Instagram. And then there's also a community cleanup coming into the 7th Ward, and so I will make sure that I post that for you guys for the organization that's putting it together. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's really just two quick little thank yous and recognitions. I was driving around the city in the 3rd Ward, always doing little CRMs and stuff, and just by chance I happened to see the Burtec crew out there doing a cleanup, Alfonso and a few of the other guys out there doing a cleanup. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to Burtec. I know you kind of you break up the city into little 4 quadrants, and I guess that day I happened to be driving by and I saw them out there cleaning up and picking up some big bulky items out that were unfortunately just left behind by an irresponsible person out there just doing illegal dumping. So thank you to Burtec for that. And then the other one is just a big thank you to our Parks Department, our Public Works, our maintenance crew. On my way to work this past weekend, I drove by Lytle Creek Park. It was on Valentine's Day, on the 14th. And as I was driving by, there was a big event going on, right? And what this does is it speaks to the great work that has gone into this park, because it seriously went from somewhere where people wouldn't go to now almost every day you see people, you see families out there using it. And this day I actually drove by and saw a wedding taking place, and it was a really big event. There was like 200 chairs out there. It was all nice and beautiful, and it made me start to think that if somebody is selecting one of our parks for a wedding, for a very special occasion such as a wedding, it means because we're doing a great job with what that park looks like. And so, I mean, people are there for birthday events and other special events, but for a wedding, I mean, those are going to be lifelong pictures, and it just tells me that our crews are doing an amazing job with that park and have really turned it around. And so I just want to say thank you for the great work. So much so that there was a family, and I don't even know who they were. I wish them the best, but they chose Lytle Creek Park to get married on Valentine's Day. And so thank you to our crews for that. I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. On Saturday, February 7th, I attended the Black History Parade, and just, wow, it's great to see community come out together, but our school district has full presence in there. I want to thank our school board members for being present, and also our superintendent, Arellano, for coming out and just riding along and experiencing the west side at full force. And Principal Gonzalez at Arroyo Valley High School, shout out to him for coming out and participating in the parade too. And thank you, Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity to ride in your vehicle. And then on Saturday, February 12th, on February 12th, I attended the grand opening of the WellBe Health Center, a great community partner, and hearing the testimonies firsthand of how this center really helps and supports our senior population. It's incredibly nice to know that we have such a great partner so that we can rely on. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. Some things came into mind as people across the dais here were speaking. Number one, I want to thank Lieutenant Luna, and of course it goes without saying Junior Carrillo, who does a great job getting people out to the eastern, or I guess it's the northern district, Coffee with the Cop, which was yesterday. We had over 60 people there again, and that's a result of not only the job that Lieutenant Luna is doing in the district, but but the hard work that my commissioner, Junior Carrillo, does. He texts people, and he's really out there getting them out there, and it's a great meeting. People learn a lot about what's going on and get updates on safety. Then, as it's been said already here, it goes without saying to just all the staff in general for what they do every day for the city of San Bernardino, and we appreciate it. We don't thank them probably enough, but I'm going to give a special thanks to Public Works Department and Sean McClintock, who was proactive when a week or so ago he overheard me talking about an issue with the Wildwood Park dog park, and he was Johnny on the spot the next morning. Met with some of the people that had some concerns up there, and the Public Works team is in the process, has taken care of a lot of those there were little items that were taken care of quite easily, and continuing to work on some bigger ones. That Wildwood Park dog park is very important to the people up in the north end, and I think beyond. It's used quite significantly, and so I want to thank Public Works for being proactive on that and getting those issues handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, I have a few updates. Mayor Pro Tem, great job with you and the community coming together to beautify the corner of 48th and Kendall. So great job to you and congratulations. On February 5th, I attended the Southern California Association of Government, Community Economic Human Development Committee, and the Regional Council meetings. On February 7th, I participated in the Black History Parade alongside with Councilmember Flores. I did see Councilmember Ortiz out there. I don't know if I saw anyone else, but it was a great parade, and I mean, it's a tradition to have this every year, and I hope we continue to grow with the parade together with the community, and to see all the kids from the school district to show up and go down the street of the west side. That was just beautiful. Thank you to the Black Culture Foundation for hosting another successful parade for our community. On February 11th, I attended the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority General Meeting. On February 12th, I had the honor of attending the Pacific High School's ribbon cutting of their beautiful new biomedical facility, and a big, huge kudos to the school district for continuing to create career pathways for our students. San Bernardino County also hosted a ribbon cutting, which City Manager mentioned in his update, and I was able to attend that with the county and our partners. That's amazing to have a trail for our residents to have a bike ride all the way to Huntington Beach. I mean, that's awesome. Class 1, 2. We hope to see you this Saturday, February 21st, to celebrate Lunar New Year. It's free to the residents, and that's thanks to the sponsors of the community members who help pay for that event. Thank you so much for the sponsors of the community for doing that and making sure that it's free for our residents. So hope to see you all there. It's 12 to 6, and kids should have lots of fun in the fun zone. I know my kids will. February 28th, the next Downtown Neighborhood Association citywide cleanup. Hope to see you there. Such a great effort to really clean up our city citywide. And so shout out to the DNA for doing that every single month. And that is it for my update.
Mayor,
yes.
One more thing.
Yes, Councilmember Charette.
I have to thank a number of people that as many of you know, I left the last meeting and was unable to attend. I had gotten a call from my wife, and I thought to myself, why is she calling me? She knows I have a council meeting. And I did listen to her message, and unfortunately, she had been in a small accident. She's fine. But I want to thank the people that I want to explain why I was gone, number one. But number two, I want to thank a number of people that called me that evening and beyond, a couple of days later, just checking on her to be sure that she was okay. And she indeed is okay. The car is not, but it's being repaired. So no problem there. And the really good news is it wasn't her fault. So I do thank everybody for reaching out and showing their concern and asking about her and her well-being. Thank you all.
Thank you. The meeting is now adjourned at 9:56 p.m. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency and the Mayor and City Council acting as the San Bernardino City Housing Authority and Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino acting as the San Bernardino Joint Powers Finance Authority will adjourn to the regular meeting to be held on March 4th, 2026 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California. 92410. Closed session will begin at 4 p.m. and open session will begin at 5 p.m. Good night and be safe. See you next time.